new kiss. Oh, the way he holds her head. Oh my god. I think that's the only new kiss for him, right?
Delicious.
Melts. I know. Barkin! The way I want to lick this exposed skin right now. Anybody else? Who? Raise your hand if you want to lick this little exposed piece of flesh right here. Just little. Be a little sexier about it, all right? Me. I just wanna. Nope. And you know what, chat? I bet he's ticklish there. I bet it's ticklish. Oh god, I've been reading so much smut. Oh my god, I'm being exposed. Let's kiss him again.
How could I say no?
Shit, my cock! It's just a tutorial, but still. Oh god, there's another one! I'm gonna die! Okay, I'm using my right hand this time.
Their sacrifice brought him nothing.
Ah! Well, time for a new game. That's a really, so I don't like smoke the weed, but like that. Ah! Fuck me in the cunt.
The woman was too stunned to speak.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of scared right now. I'm not gonna lie. Does it have battery? Not that it's not that. Ah!
You gotta be fucking kidding.
Whoa! Ah! She just got yoinker doinkered, fucking boinkered. Holy shit! Oh, it's one of my guys.
Take a look around.
Ah, shit.
We have been mistaken.
Ah,
Are we about to
fuck
kiss
me.
right now?
God damn it.
I just came by to say
Lindsay!
that I adore you and
One more, and we're done. Honestly, Maury, I really do enjoy him. I miss you guys so much. I didn't stream on Saturday or on Sunday because I'm a bad person. Just kidding. I had really bad anxiety and I was pooped. I slept for like almost 24 hours straight, and I only got up to walk my boys. Oh, he's sleeping. Oh, guys, stop chatting for a second. Look, he's sleeping with like his little plushie. Yuki's got look. He's sleeping with this little dragon plushie. Oh, cute. Oh, you're so cute, Charlie. What is that? You got your little dragon. Fun fact, that was actually a birthday gift that someone got for, I think it was Brandy. Got that for Boo like 2 years ago for his birthday. It's Boo's birthday in 7 days. 7 days. I did put more dog toys on my wish list if anyone wants. You don't have to. They have so many toys. But I know people are really nice and like to do things for dogs and my dogs. But again, no expectation. He has so many toys. But if anyone wants to take my cat, you guys can take him. Okay. But yeah, insert bit. Oh, you can't even see it because there's so much crap on it. Okay, but he has a lot of toys, trust me. And actually, there is one toy that's in there for Charlie. How's everyone doing? I missed you guys so much. I was so bummed I couldn't stream this week because I was really excited to stream on Saturday and Sunday in the daytime. And I couldn't. I'm very, very sad about that. But, she had some really bad anxiety on Saturday, and it completely wiped me out. And I haven't slept like that. Like, just, like, dead to the world, slept all day. I set up alarms to walk the dogs. So I walk the dogs every, like, 5 to 6 hours. Because I was really lazy and I really wanted to sleep. And that's the only time I woke up, was to feed them and walk them. And that was it. Oh, and then to feed my cats. But I only feed them once a day with the wet food. But yeah, this weekend sucked. Big heckin' ball sack. So, but Monday seems to be okay so far. piss and rain all day. Really dope thunderstorm last night. Holy shit. Hi, Tommy! Tom, I forgot to eat, and so I drank a protein shake before stream. Monday is the best day of the week. All right, hold on. Let me say hello to everybody. Moon Quartz, first. Japan, not first. Shabby, mwah! Rin, mwah! Japan, mwah! JPEX, mwah! Supernova, mwah! Ghost Gremlins, mwah! Mama J, mwah! Disco Queen, mwah! Nikki Renee, mwah! Chushinobi, mwah! YBC, mwah! Preston. He has a big Vapor. He has my Vaporeon prop from that one G Fuel video laying on him right now. They seem to be going on very well, YBC. But Tom, I hope you're doing so good. Tom was streaming a lot this weekend. Felt because I'm sick still. Oh, wait, what's summer sickness? Is it like the change of seasons, like, sickness? Because my allergies have been so fudging annoying. They're dating? It's so cute. Hold on, let me take a picture for you. Zoom in so you don't see the mess. Okay, you kind of see the mess. Don't judge me. I'll send it to you right now or else I'll forget forever. I can't wait to open our text messages and have like 20 missed messages from you. I can't wait. Oh, only one! Yippee! Okay, well, I'll have to mark that as unread and read that later. But at least now you'll be on the top of my... At least now you'll be on the top of my DMs. There you go. There's our children dating. What was I saying? Always streaming? You really are. I love it, though. I need everyone to go follow you because you are so much fun to watch. You really are. Especially because I love the How Master gameplay.
What's up? 27 months.
What's up? What's up, Nutmeg? Hi, Nutmeg! Nutmeg, thank you for the 27 months. What the fudge? Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. 25! Salsa Loki! Mwah! Moon Quartz. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Salsa Loki, thank you for the 25 stream streak. What the fudge? My streams are not fun. These are lies. Oh, so you want to get punished. So you want to get punished is what I'm hearing. Oh, also, hold on. I have a pinned message I need to do. Cause I didn't do my fudging weekly recap today, and I was gonna add this in the Discord, and I didn't do my weekly recap today, so I'm gonna have to do it either tonight or tomorrow. Did you miss Rootsy's birthday? Fear not. You can still sign her birthday card here. Pix. Kiss. No, Pix sneer, because that is the Rootsy emote. Oh, God! Okay, did you miss Roosy's birthday? Fear not. You can still sign her birthday card here. Cool. I would have had that posted on Saturday if I streamed, but I did not stream on Saturday, so unfortunately it's a couple days late. Yikes! But Tom, I hope you're doing so good. Oh, Tom, what are we making for food? I'm so glad I drank that protein shake because I ate at about 9 a.m., but that was like last night for me because my sleep schedule is so messed up right now. And, oh, let me turn this off right now. Where are you? DBD critter. We'll be DBDing later. I had to watch the VOD when Rootsy looked at the card. As far as I know, she still didn't read mine or Lecky's message, which I think is hilarious. Hey, you know what? I'm glad that they like email people so that you could like find the timestamp that way, right? I actually made hamburgers. I like cooked hamburgers. I don't know. They're like pre-frozen patties or whatever, and I thawed them out, and I made them last night. But then I realized I didn't have any buns, so I had to order buns off Amazon Fresh. Thank you, Tom. That was part of that thing that I messaged you about. So I ordered some burger buns. I won't say anything. But they came today, but I didn't have enough time to heat any up or eat them. So I just have...
Thank you!
Present emoji. All of you early birds can help me celebrate getting a job offer during Pride Month. Yay Pixel, yay Pride, yay job.
So you want to kiss right now? Guys, type exclamation point, enter! Oh no, join. Type join. Type join. Just join. No exclamation point. Also, Daryl! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Just join. No exclamation point. Are you fucking shitting my dick right now? Salt and Loki gifted one Gay Boy Pride mug. Oh my god. Thank you so much. You guys got 2 minutes! And Loki's not allowed to type join in the chat because the one time they were trying to explain how to enter the giveaway, they won their own giveaway. Loki, that is so sweet. I feel bad. Like, you don't gotta do that. But I'm really, really grateful. Oh, just join without the exclamation, Mama J. Do it again. Do it again without the exclamation. Also, hi, Bingo Fendigo! Hi, Swessy Plague. I hope I didn't miss anyone's messages. You were so sweet. And also, can we get some big ol' congratulations to Salt and Loki, who just got a new job? I'm so happy for you. When do you start? Oh, I know. I really wanted to stream this weekend. I actually don't even think I put in the Discord that oh no, I did on Sunday. But yeah, it was not a good weekend for me. I feel so bad. I did miss everyone on the weekend though. I'm so sad. June 25th? That's like 2 weeks. Oh, I'm already like antsy and it's not even my job. Wait, Mama Joe, are you really high right now? Thank you guys for telling Salt and Loki how proud you guys are of them. Cayman, mwah, Kyrie, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Miss B! Mwah. Dragon set ablaze. Mwah. Oh, Dragon, I still have to invite you to that server. Hold on. Invite to server. Can I do it? Alright, Dragon. I'm gonna send you a whisper. You don't have to join it if you don't want to. But this is the Pokemon server. Wait, Mooncourts, didn't you want to be in the server too? Or didn't you want to know the server too? So fucking high at a free day and filled it with many bowls. Oh, bowls of, wait, bowls of, like, weed? Mango Fandango! Yo, congratulations for winning the Gay Boy Pride merch. Let's fucking go. Oh, no, I just unpinned my message. Or I just, messed up my copy. How do I, what is it, like, Control-Alt-V? No. Control-Windows-V? No. Guys, what's the, how do you open up your, no, but how do you open up your old Control V's? Yeah, the history. Windows V? No, it's not Windows V. Alt Windows V? Clipboard. Yeah, how do I open my clipboard? Congrats, Mango! Mango, if you need help redeeming it, let us know. But if you just click the redeem link, oh, just Windows period? Windows doesn't open anything. Windows isn't opening anything. I've noticed ever since I got this Corsair keyboard, it doesn't, the Windows button doesn't work. And I don't know if that's, like, a thing that I should, like, Windows key and V. See, that's what I thought it was. Yeah, but the Windows button don't work. Like, it don't work. And it hasn't worked since I got this keyboard. So now I'm just curious if I'm, like, stupid and this keyboard just doesn't do that. Or if maybe this Windows button doesn't work. Because if you press the Windows button, isn't, like, the Windows button supposed to work? Or, like, pop up? Alright, that means Mango got it. Okay, cool. You might need a program in your keyboard. Fuck, okay. Oh, wait, maybe I could go through my chat history. Sorry. Hold on. Hold on, I can do it. I can do it. I'm a big boy. Yes! Okay, I found it. We're good. Did you miss Rootsies? Perfect. Okay. Okay, cool. I got it. Sorry. It's just annoying because the Windows button used to work. I might have to just look that up. Like how to do it on the Corsair, like submit a help request because I'm stupid. Alright, I missed out on kissies. Levogon? Mwah. Tronic. Mwah. Rooster. Caca. Mwah. New Day. Mwah. Jinx. Mwah. Escape. Mwah. Escape. Thank you for the 45 stream streak? Huh? Thank you so much. Oh, that's Little Gone, but you changed your name. Ugh. I'm so glad you said that, or else I would not have known who you were. Miss B, mwah, Dragon Center Blaze, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. The rooster. Oh my god. Rooster, cat or dog? Oh, it's your second account. I see. Well, I still know who you are. Guess what? Chicken butt. Chicken butt. But Mango, seriously, congratulations. And Salsa Loki, seriously, thank you so much for doing that. You are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. I love you. We about to kiss. I know. Yeah, Dragon! Of course, of course. Did you say cat? Okay. Yo, Dragon, thank you for the 40s.
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones, an emptiness began.
Guys, I have so many shots of me to catch up with mustard now with you guys. I think I have like 3 shots now I need to catch up with mustard on with you guys. Vicious Malfoy! Thank you for paying forward the gift sub you got from Mora's here! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Angel Gaming 2004, Saint Valentine, Koala Quinn, Baka Sampa, and Miss Norf. Narf is such a funny word. No way, escape! I hope you get it. Guys, thank you so much! Vicious, I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green. Oh my god. Chill. These aren't real cats. Light blue, dark blue, or purple. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. What the fudge? 14% bratty. I don't believe that for a second. Panda Monster. Mwah. Oh, thank you for the forehead kissy. W gifted. Oh, escape. Unless something terrible happens, we should be back to our normally scheduled program. My permit information updated, so I'll be back working next week. I'm not gonna lie, YBZ, I'm such a bad friend. I didn't know you weren't working. I'm very happy for you, though. How long were you not working for? That I'm a bad friend and I didn't know that. I'm so happy for you, though. English, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, Vicious, seriously, thank you so much. But let me know what color kitty cat you want for the wall. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. You pick? Okay, what do we have? We don't have a green yet. So green it is. Okay. Did anybody else go to Target this weekend for the second Pokemon Target drop? Hello? Where's my piece of paper? Joker! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm here. This was one eventful weekend. I was in the hospital for an aggressive peekaboo injury. They put me in the ICU. Shut up! Leave. You scared me for a second because I was like, wait, hold on. Hold on. Where's the punchline? I see you. I'm glad that you're not actually in the hospital. Wait, did you? Wait, what did you get, Mango? Enjoy your lurky turkey, Joker. I'm sorry if I've missed anyone's messages. No one taught me how to read. I dropped out of college. Yikes! Dangos! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. So did everyone else. Yeah, I was maybe 9th or 10th in line. Shut up, YBZ! YBZ, I'm so fudging sorry. But that's exciting, though, now. When do you start now? Didn't hear a whole lot of stuff last time. Anything big happened from scalpers? There was some aggression this time. Like a little bit of a fight, but you know, it was fine. I didn't fight anybody. But it wasn't pretty. I think the last one people were more greedy because I feel like this stuff this release wasn't as like resellable. a cat. I think the stuff this time, like this iteration, wasn't as like resellable. Take it down. My whole cat just fell, by the way. But so I think like it wasn't as like crazy, but I didn't get everything I wanted. But it's fine. I got some really good stuff. I got like the 2 most important things I wanted. I'm serious. You just put me through a bunch of tests. It was all, can you touch your head, your shoulders, head and shoulders, knees and toes. Tête, épaule, genou et pied, genou et pied. Tête, épaule, genou et pied. That's in French, by the way. Jesky, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Dankos, I love you very much. Did you know that? I think you maybe locked your Windows key. Do you have an FN key? Okay, I feel so bad, Tom. Oh, you know what? You know what, Tom? Usually my thing shows me mod messages, and mod messages aren't being highlighted. Oh, how do I chat highlights? Yeah, usually my mod, Raider, the mod's turned off. Okay, well, that's awesome. Okay, but yeah, my Twitch just decided to like reset its stuff last week, and like I had to reset my mod icons, my timestamps, and everything. Can a mod type something in chat for me real quick? Nope, that didn't work either. Moderator. Maybe I have to let me refresh. Hold on, chat. Let me refresh. No, it's annoying. Okay, I actually didn't even read your message because I just feel badly that I missed your message. Do you have a function or a Corsair button on your keyboard? There's a Copilot button, which I won't be using. Function. I have all of the function buttons. I don't have... Oh, I have an FN. I have an FN button, yeah. Oh, Tom! Oh, I would make such an appropriate things to you, but I'm not going to. Oh my God, you were so hot. I wanted to do this, but maybe I shouldn't. But I did it anyway because I need you to know I'm so happy. Thank you so much. Tom fixed it. You're so hot. Oh, yes, thank you so much. That makes me so happy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, it's the little things, you know, that make me so happy. Oh, but you start next week, like next Monday. I heard that too, South and Loki. Thank God. You got a JoJo. Did you really? Yeah, those jackets were like crazy last time, right? What did you get? I'll show you. I think I forgot to even talk about your promo video with their Ghostface costume. I'm not even sure what segment we're doing right now. Wait, what do you mean? Hi, All good. I saw the Gunner glasses that you got. Oh, we're not doing a sponsorship with Gunner this week. They're skipping us this week. Moneyhouse. Oh, good. I saw your Gunners that you got. So dope. Oh my God. Oh, all good. The hottest, the tallest, the handsomest, the most amazing person in this entire chat, and my favorite person in this entire room right now. That all good? Sorry, burped. I didn't know that was a thing, Tom. Thank you so much. Yeah, if I press the function button, it lights up a bunch of buttons. What does M or Shift do? I'm not going to do it. But if I highlight the function button, M, Windows, and Shift highlight. What happens if I click those? Extra licks for Tom? Big heckin' lickies, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I'm very, like, scatterbrained right now. What's up, Zach? Zach, happy Monday. Oh, but please come make a burgers. 158 days chemo free. Sheesh! Zach, you had a date this weekend, right? Did you do that? All right, well, I'm not going to experiment, though. Oh, no way. Well, I'm so happy for you. Oh, spades. Thank you for the forehead kissy. All right. Vicious Malfunk. Let me get your kitty cat. Oh, my God. Jasper, you yell at me one more time, and I'll give you something to yell about. Anyone's parents ever say that too? I'll give you something to cry about. Yeah. Oh, I know. Do we have this cat yet? Oh, kinda. Spreading disease. Ooh, I have an idea. Okay. Oh. Kafiri. Kafiri. Oh, that kind of gave away what I was doing, didn't it? Alright, it looks kind of cursed because my permanent marker bled a little bit. But, it's a thought that counts, right? Clefairy, Clefairy. Tom and Pixel right now. Shut up. Mr. Ware. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Cool cam. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Alright. I used my Clefairy as inspiration. And we made a Clefairy, Clefairy. Focus. Oh, oh. It worked. But the marker bled a little bit, so the eyes kind of look like eyes. Well, we got our first green kitty. Rats. Oh, wow. Gonna shower? Okay, Stinky. I'm joking. Really? Oh, the Pokemon speaker. Yeah, the Diefall speaker. Hi, Mr. Ware. Oh, that's alright. Oh, good. You guys don't gotta be shoved to be here. Guys, do we do a shot now? 1's in chat for shots now. 2's in chats if you hate me. I'm joking. I heard that. Stinky. 69. 69. 1. So you guys hate me. I'm joking. I'm joking. What does 3 mean? I know what 69 means. You know what? I'm another dingoes. You know what? Also, I'm so sad that I missed stream yesterday. Because I missed, yeah, I missed 6-7 day. Did you guys see the video of the Pope doing 6-7? Did you guys see that? I'm so sad I missed 6-7 day. Alright. Alright, There's really only like one way to start the stream. Ow, fudge. Ow. It hurt my finger. There's really only one way to start the stream, right? I did repost it on TikTok! Did you see? Dane goes, you're lucky I didn't tag you. Because you were one of the only people I really wanted to tag on that video. Will it? Wait, will it really? Everybody Google 6-7 right now. The whole screen does this. That's so funny. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Thank you. Hold on. Okay. Ask Google 6-7. God, I love this day and age that we're in. Oh, that makes me so happy. Thank you so much for that, All Good. All Good, how did you figure that out? Did you look, is it because you looked it up? I'm joking. I know, hate you, but I think 3 means 2 shots? I do owe you guys shots from last stream. Alright, I'm gonna head out. Alright. I think we just have to start the stream with some Kraken. Sorry. Alright, I'm gonna head out. What is this emote? What is she doing? Oh, she's dancing. It doesn't look like that. Jasper, move! Alright. Or stay right there perfectly still. Alright. Oh my gosh. Vicious.
17 months.
17? I'm sorry. I gotta stop. You can't give me a verbal stim and a body stim at the same time, alright? Kaya, mwah, Kaya. Thank you for the 17 months. That is pretty close. That's actually what I thought it was. Anybody else need their kissies before I take my shot of rum? Hi, Badger! Oh, 200 kisses! Your entire self is a stim? Yeah. I know, Kaya. I canceled, though. Kaya, mwah, the Reaper Bunny, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. 6 or 7. Oh, we should do a special month, like, alert for that, eh? I love liquor so much. No! Spades! Oh my god. Oh my god. Sorry, it's so gross. Oh, I don't have any G Fuel. I just have water. Look, Jasper, you need to move. I don't want to run over your tail. It's so gross. No, I have not seen your text because I saw that you texted me. And I was too sad to open it. I did do the Malort and Pink Winnie. I did those on Saturday. Oh my god. Oh, why did you guys not remind me to have a chaser? Why did no one remind me to have a chaser ready? So you guys do hate me. No, I just have my single shot glass available right now. Gaslight can't keep girl paws. Pros don't need chaser. I am not a pro. I'm pro at other things, but not that. Also, hi, Dark Wolf. What's up, Toy? I don't know if I said hello to you or if that was just in my brain. Oh, shoot. Fear the Dark Wolf. Mwah. Toy. Mwah. Think with the forehead kisses. I missed those. I'm so sorry. Always love this stimulating conversation. Goth girls! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Sure didn't. I still don't have that clicked on yet. I haven't had time. On God, this is my first time sitting at my PC since stream on Friday. Stream on Friday. Ah, Haku. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Jake, thank you for the 4-day stream streak. Dog or cat? Oh, Ray, how far away is your target? We'll see. I did restart my PC, so hopefully that, like, helps. As his head sits a pillow for me to, yeah, gremlins. It's like, I can't sleep with men anymore, because all they fall asleep as soon as they hit the pillow, you know? Drives me crazy. Yeah, I totally understand. Welcome back, Goth girls! Whew. Yeah, how far away is your target? Ray. Also, Ray, I still have to look at your message you sent me of your Pokemon stuff. Oh, for Jasper? Oh, good. Let's encourage him. No, look, you're good. I'm sorry. I'm a little out of it today. General So's. Oh, yum. I love rice. I'm a big rice enjoyer. I did have some mashed potatoes and corn for dinner the other night. That was delicious. So cute! And also, my mod messages aren't highlighted as they usually are, so mods, if I miss your message, I'm so fudging sorry. Do you guys want to see... Oh my god, whatever. I actually went keto? Oh, no! That's so funny. I don't think that's good for me. Oh, well then stop doing that. Do you guys want to see what I got from Target? Do you guys want to see what I got from Target? Yes! I got there with my sister-in-law. I went with my sister-in-law again. And we went to her Target. And we were there about like an hour early. Plastic bags! Yeah, I'm going to use these for my poop bucket for my dogs. Where I keep all their poop. Yeah, in the Discord, I responded. Awful Gamer, mwah, thank you for the forehead QC. So, I got almost everything that I wanted. The only thing I didn't get that I really wanted was the tote bag. What's up, Dark Ragnar? It's fine if you hate me. Wait, do I hate both of you guys? No, I can't see it. I'm so sad. Like my mod messages are usually highlighted with like a green box around it, and I don't see it, and I'm sad. All right. So, okay, you know, I want to get the most important thing that I really wanted. Where are you? There was one thing that I literally, like, I almost pushed someone out of the way for. Almost. Ow! I got the Instaprint digital camera. I am not convinced that this is gonna be good in any way, but I really, really wanted it. Oh, that works, mates, yeah. And it's got all the evolutions on it. Yeah, I have no delusions that this is gonna be good quality. I just wanted it. Also, Poe, thank you for the 125 stick! Oh, really? I wish I could have gone to Target. Hope you had fun looking out the heckin' big streak. I drag my fiance to it every time, but since I'm about 2 hours. 2 hours away! Oh my lord. Yeah, I love Target. Target makes me so happy. And then the second big item that I really wanted is this one. Apparently, these were online for like hours afterwards, so you didn't even have to go to the stores. I went in store, by the way, obviously, if it wasn't the bags weren't obvious. But these were online for hours after release, so they must have had a bunch of stock. And this is the Dive Ball Power-Up Portable Speaker. Water-resistant, indoor-outdoor use. So I'm excited to have a speaker, a Dive Ball speaker. Awesome, boy. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Do you play Pokemon on stream? What do you mean? I opened up a bunch of Pokemon cards on stream. My most recent store trip was significantly less exciting. I got more underwear. Oh, yippee! Yeah, I waited in line with my sister-in-law for a little over an hour. I think it was about an hour, 15 minutes that we waited. Like the Pokemon games? Is the trading card not part of it? I don't know. I don't know what you're asking. Awesome, boy. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. Yeah, if you look through, like, any of my last VODs, I've opened up a bunch of Pokemon cards on stream. No! Moon Quartz. That's crazy. What state do you live in? If they're asking if you play Pokemon games on stream. Like Pokemon Yellow or something? Oh, no, not on stream, no. I do those, like, in my free time. I don't have ZA or Nintendo Switch 2. Michigan? Well, fuck Michigan. No, we waited for about an hour last time, too. Because I think that's what's nice that my sister-in-law waited with me, too. Because it made the time go by a lot faster. Hug, marry, kiss. Leon S. Kennedy, Claire Redfield, Ada Wong. Oh my god, I feel like if I don't say marry Ada Wong, I'm gonna get banned by Spades. I'm gonna marry Leon, I'm gonna hug Claire, and I'm gonna kiss Ada. My Elgato streamer card thing, like stream card thing, hasn't worked on my new PC. So it hasn't worked since 2021. Like my Elgato streaming thing. I can't remember what it's called. But I haven't been able to stream with my Switch since 2021. Yeah, Pokemon Yellow is my first one. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages, by the way. Chat's going by so quickly. You guys are so hot and tall and tan and handsome. This was the next big thing I wanted. I'm a 33-year-old lady, and I really fudging wanted this. So this has... Here, let me open it. This is... I'm sure, like, a lot of people have had games like this, where it has, like the Velcro... like, I don't know, catcher's mitts, and then like the squishy ball, and like you toss it, and then it sticks on the Velcro thingy. Girl, why is this locked down like a Barbie doll? Oh my god, it actually is. It's got zip ties. That's crazy. I was being facetious, but it's actually locked in like a Barbie doll. Okay. So you have your hand in here like this, and then oh that's not very good. Oh, that's not very good at all. Oh, kinda. Maybe if you... Oh, that's better. Yeah, maybe with more... more force. I should not be throwing that at my PC, by the way. Alright, my monitor. Oh, yeah! Like, scratch it up a little bit, get those fibers going. Yeah. Right at my monitor. I was chucking that right at my monitor. Oh! I see the zip ties now. Oh, man. So there's a Charizard. A Charizard. I think this would be just so fun to play with, and also to like play catch, I don't know, with my brother at my parents' house, because we have family dinners every Sunday, and I could play catch and then like bother the dogs, because we'll be like, haha, can't catch this. We'll play was it? Oh, I don't know if I could say that. Monkey in the middle, am I allowed to say that? Put this back in there. There we go. So we got Venusaur, Blastoise, and Charizard. So you can play with up to 3 people. Ages 6 and up. The ghost face. Don't even get me started. That was so embarrassing. No, I'm not a smart man. I'm so sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I am not a smart man. Yeah, this is so dope. I just really wanted this because it's something that like I would definitely like use, and I can't wait to use it. Oh, this is so fun. All right, well you're coming to my parents' house with me on Sunday. They are. That's good. They are. Jorkin Peter. Steam games and candy. Oh, cute. Well, happy birthday, ex-boyfriend. Green and pink catchments. Cosmo and Wanda ain't slick. Is all I'm saying. Alright. I gotta hide this from Jasper, because Jasper likes to eat plastic like a freak. And then I really, 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 really wanted this. The ultimate beach towel. But it's a Pokeball. Should I open it? Ooh, I actually have to wash my towels. Ah, this is so dope. I'm so excited for this. I hope it's circular shaped. Oh, no, okay. You scared me for a second. I was like, Hyper Pivot! How ultimate is it? We'll see. We'll see, Dark Wolf. Oh. She's... Ugh. She's tied up. Ugh. Like Fort Knox, these things. Alright. Please be circular shaped. Please be circular shaped. Yes! Oh! Let's go! Oh, she's nice! Hold on. Alright. I'm at the beach. This is nice! Ooh! This is actually... Oh, Lord, she thick. Oh, I got you excited. I'm sorry, Muffin. Do you want to sleep with this? I have to wash it anyway, so... Oh, you're so cute. I love you. Oh, my God. All right, well, that's the cutest thing I've ever seen. How tall are you? Ah! Well, it's because I'm always excited to see you. Ah! Oh. 6'3". Uppies. Oh, was he digging? He is digging. He said, I don't like my bed. Okay, he likes it now. All right. This is a really silly thing that I wanted, but I really wanted these, like, Pokeballs splash balls. So you, like, put these, like, you soak them in water. Like, typically people bring these, like, in pools. I've never been, like, fortunate enough to, like, ever, like, live in a place that had a pool. But I had friends in high school that had pools, and, you just, like, you soak these in water and you just, like, pelt these at people, and, like, they really hurt. I don't know. I thought it'd be fun, like, for my dogs to play with. He's so cute! Oh. Oh, he's so cute! So cute! Oh. Oh, don't break them. Okay. You're so cute! I love you! Oh my god. Oh, he's the cutest thing I've ever seen. Knew how to hurt people with those. She an older sister. Mine used to die all the time. Wait, what used to die? Bye, Badger! Everybody say bye, Badger. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah, these are so cute. There's also a Master Ball and some dive balls, too. Alright. So, speaking of getting pelted on, we have our second to last item. I told you guys last release, this was like one of the main things I wanted last release, but they didn't release it last time. Oh, I lied. There's another item too. I had to get the Master Ball. It was either gonna be like this or the Pokeball, because like everyone like loves just like the classic Pokeball, right? So I did get the Kickball. They actually ran out of kickballs when I got in there, and I was only like the 9th person in there. I guess they only stocked like a couple, and the lady was so sweet. She's like, oh, what color were you looking for? And my brother, because he came a little bit later, and he goes, oh, she wants the purple one. And she goes, oh, we have more in back. Here, just wait a second. I was like, okay. And she went in back and grabbed like a whole trolley full of balls. And by the way, just to trigger anybody from any elementary school. That's oh, that's nice. Oh, I'm so happy. But yeah, she got me the ball. She's like, you're the one who wanted the purple one, right? I was like, yeah, I want the purple one. What? Who do you want it? Who do you want the ball? Oh, it's kind of big, isn't it? It's like Charlie sized. Yeah, it might be too big for you. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? What is that? Get it, Boo! Get it! He doesn't know what to do with it. If you could dodge a wrench, you could dodge a ball. He's so cute. W brother? Yeah, my brother's pretty dope. What is this? Basic bull? Oh, is that the dodgeball? From, Knockout City? That is so funny. You said it's the perfect prop for my background? I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, oh, my hands don't smell like dodgeball, though. Proof that Pixel has humongous balls. I was the fat kid who was good at dodgeball. Same! I wasn't fat, though. I was just, like, really tall. Like, I, like, was the first girl in my entire, elementary school that hit puberty. And so I was the only girl in the school that had boobies. And it was so embarrassing because everyone called me fat, but I wasn't. Because I was actually, like, super skinny then. But I had boobs, and I was, like, 5'7" in elementary school. It was so bad. But I also got this Ditto back charm. Because it's so cute! And I want to put, like, Pokemon card in here. Kids are mean. They're, like, kids are the worst. Yeah. Oh, Panda Pants! We're opening, my Pokemon xTarget, Pokemon xTarget haul. Hi, boobs! So it was Psyduck, Eevee, Ditto, and Jigglypuff. I did almost get the Jigglypuff. She actually might still be available online, by the way. Because there were, like, last night I was looking just, like, to see. And there was, like, a bunch of stuff still online available. We loved it. I just thought he was so cute. And I want to put a Pokemon card in here. I'm not sure which one, though. Okay, I lied. There's one more thing that I got. Also, no one taught me how to read. Chloe, mwah. Thank you for the almost 200 kisses. So no one taught me how to read. And you guys know how I love puzzles. So I got this puzzle. It's a Butterfree puzzle. And it's like shaped like Butterfree. But no one taught me how to read. I was wondering why this box was so heavy. And I'm also wondering how big the Charizard one, because the Charizard one is $70. 3 foot tall. Some of you guys in chat are 3 foot tall, by the way. So, what the fuck? What? Like, Jello! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I don't know. Should we open it? Should we inspect? Tom, I may or may not have been calling you out on that. Where's the, oh, there's the seam, okay. But yeah, there was a Pikachu one, a Gengar one, a Charizard one, and then this Butterfree. I don't know, I just love Butterfree. Holy shit, Po! Po, that's so scary! I'm glad you lived. Need a giant table? I'm just gonna use my floor. Jordan, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm sorry if I've missed anyone's. Jello, did I do yours? Jello, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. If I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. Ugh. Oh my god! What? Look at the size of these pieces! Oh my god! These pieces are so big! Oh my god! Oh! Oh! Oh my! Oh! That's true for the Dark Wolf, but I think it's so cute that's 151 pieces, and it makes me curious on how big. Yeah, it's super heavy. It's the heaviest thing of everything I bought. It makes me wonder, because I didn't really look, because this was the cheapest puzzle, or maybe Pikachu was, because this was $30. The Pikachu one I think may have been 20. Gengar I'm gonna guess was 50, but the Charizard one is 70 bucks. But look at the size of these puzzle pieces; they're insane. But yeah, I love that it's 151, because like the Pokemon, right? How fun. I don't know what this means. It's got like a serial number on that. Hi, Danny! Danny, you just caught the last bit that we opened. Oh, here's Butterfree's head with its antenna. I don't know, Panda. Like, I guess I could like put it on my wall, right? Yo, this is so cool. Like, don't get me wrong, the sizes are comical. But this is so dope. I love puzzles so much. I don't know, Panda Pants, maybe. Yeah, I could put my wall on the puzzle I got. Yeah. Danny, what else we got? So we got that puzzle. We got the dive balls. We got the toss and catch. Not of the puzzles, no. We got the Pokeball towel. We got the Master Ball kickball. We got the dive ball speaker, Ditto bag charm, and the Insta print camera. I'm gonna open this because I'm very, very curious on the camera. I like balls. Danny, did you get anything? I'm really not holding out on this being like good quality. Like, I know I bought this knowing that I'm buying this for the novelty and not for like any good quality. An 8GB micro SD card is already pre-installed into this instant camera? Oh, okay. What? It's so cute. Focus. Focus. Look at how cute she is. And then this is the back of it. Oh! That, yeah, it makes sense. My inner kid. Yeah, 100%. Jordan, think of the 10 stream streak. Oh, Raven! That's so cute. All Good actually gifted me a, for my throne wish list years ago, a kiddie pool for my dogs, which I still use, by the way. I always read the instructions. I'm one of those guys that reads my, the terms and conditions. I'm one of those guys. Ooh! Yeah, yeah, Daddy. I have to keep all, like, my evolution plushies away from my dog gaze. So it comes with thermal printing paper. And it comes with a lanyard and the charging cable. Open the paper slot cover on the front of the camera and insert a roll of paper. I just want to see, like, the quality of this. I gotta stop putting my X-Acto knife away. The rice is done, yippee. Yeah, I'm very curious. Alright, how do I put this in? End of the roll on top and close the paper slot. So like this, I think. This camera supports micro SD cards up to 32 gigabytes with FAT32 format if you want to use your own micro SD card. The camera takes approximately 2 hours to fully charge, but may take longer. Using the USB-C cable provided, plug the USB-C cable into camera and USB-A end into a USB power supply of at least blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Hold the power button for 3 seconds to turn the camera on off. Use the up, down, left, right, up, down, left, right, BA, start, to navigate this and select one of the camera mode settings. Press the photo/OK button to enter and press the power return button to exit. The camera automatically return. Okay, so power button. Power. 3 seconds. Oh! Oh, you can't see it, but those like evolution faces. Oh, I don't think you'll be able to see any of this. Hold on, let's see. Oh, kinda. If you squint, you can kind of see. Do you guys see that? It has like different like modes or options. If you squint really hard. Photo, MP3, video, playback settings. All right, let's just take a video. Okay. Whoa! Whoa! Wait! Wait, do you guys see me? Do you guys want to say hello? Can I take a picture of you guys? Do you guys want to say hi? Everyone say hello. Irish Queen, I'll get you treats in 1 second. Say hello. Everyone say hello. I'm going to try to see if I can take a picture of my computer and say hello to you guys. All right, everyone say hi. Hello. Everyone say hello. Let's see if this works. Oh, did she do it? I heard a click. How do I print? Oh! That's you guys! How do I print that? Print it. Low battery, unable to print. Oh, poop. Poop. Remember when I said I read all the instructions? Yeah, I didn't. I got excited. Poop. All right. Oh, power button. Okay. I'm gonna have it charged. I'm gonna print it. Reading is hard. Reading is power. Because knowledge is power. All right, let's plug this bad boy in. Alright. This is so cool. It's actually a lot better than I expected. I was expecting shite, and we got pretty decent. Yeah. Oh, if I unplug this, what unplugs? Oh, well, who knows? I unplugged something, though. Alright, she's charging. So, we'll let that sit for a little bit. It is a super cool toy camera. I'm actually really glad I got one. I did try to get a second one online to do as a giveaway. Unfortunately, I could not get my hands on one. But I did try to get another one for a giveaway. I did try. I did. And then here is the speaker. I'm not going to turn it on or anything because we all know how a speaker works. But maybe I'll do like a little like short form video on how it works. But looks like we got some little dongles. And it's so cute, little dive ball action. But that's my Target haul. Not too shabby, right? Not too shabby. I'm really gassed about the camera. I think the camera is probably gonna be the coolest thing. I'm really excited about the toss and catch, the towel. Yeah, the kickball. Yeah. Oh, yeah! I used my ALE XA for my speaker. But who knows? Maybe I can get better sound quality. Because it does get, like, really muffled. But this is really cool. Yeah, it's a dog blanket now. So, yeah. I was kind of hoping that Target was going to, like, secretly restock some of the stuff from the first drop, but I think it was just like the one and done, which is super unfortunate for people who missed out on it, but it makes me like really glad that I did wait an hour in the first drop to make sure I got everything I wanted. Because I think out of all the drops, I think the only thing I didn't get that I really wanted was the crossbody from the first drop and the tote bag from this drop. But besides that, I got everything I wanted, so I'm seriously very grateful. So Pokemon xTarget drop ×2. I just realized I was not recording that entire time. Cool, so I'm gonna have to pull that from my VOD. Damn it! That's alright. Irish Crane, what did you redeem? Oh! It's gotta be dog treats because the cat's not here. I'm the same way, Raven. Like, I'll look at a if I'm baking. If I'm baking, I'm gonna use, like, the exact measurements that they tell me. But if I'm cooking, I'll do whatever the fuck I feel like. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, so baking, I'll be super precise. What?
On the whole year. Pixlol.
Did you just do a whole year, Papa? Thank you for the 12 months! Enjoy your 90... Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view it, and your subbage. What do we got here? Oh, they're all like the same Pokemon. They're all literally the same. I need to get more Pokemon. Yeah, I need to get more. I'm running out of water Pokemon. Oh, do we have any here that I can use? Like, I have the like extras from ones that we've pulled? Because then we could do something new. Hold on. Let's see. I have like a lot of doubles of. Oh, this is Destin Rivals. I don't have a lot of doubles of this. Hold on. This is Ascended Heroes. That's gonna be even worse. Is there Chaos Rising I could pull from? Yes! Alright, cool. I have a lot of Chaos Rising. Here we go! Cool! You're gonna be the first modern card in the binder. Are you excited? The very first modern card in the Spank Bank binder. Holy! Enjoy your lurky turkey. Jason! Think with the forehead kissy. Cloves of garlic is like a suggestion. Like minimum 2. Okay, but max like 2 like full things of cloves. And Beba says probably the battery, and Ramen goes, what's a Terry? Shut up! I've never seen the expert, but that's so funny. Hi, Ghost Bye, Ghost Loops. I'm also a big fan of garlic. Like, ooh, garlic powder? Nah, I'm an equal opportunity garlic enjoyer. I don't care what form it is. I love garlic. Peppa B, Lady, PBL. All uppercase. Peppa B, Lady. Holy! It sounds funny as hell, expert. It's really funny. Yes, Lexisa, exactly. Also, Ghost Loops. Ah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, look at you! Look at you! Peppa B, thank you for the 1 year. Look at you. Ooh, Jellybird. Ooh, Chaos Rising. Ooh, because the other one I had was Whalmer, and I just have like there's so many Whalmers I have, and nothing wrong with Whalmers. I have so many. Yeah. So thank you for joining the Spank Bank Binder. Answer. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh God, I love garlic. Oh, I'm so weird. I love garlic. I love onion breath. Like, I remember I was dating one of my exes. I think it's like my third to last ex, and he ate this like big giant burger that had like a lot of onion, and I just like grabbed his face and was like, I was like, I love onion breath. I love it so much. Let's thank you for the forehead kiss, dude. Spider-Man! 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 That's actually super funny, Lexisa. Pizza breath? Ew! Say hi, Daddy! Say hi, Daddy! Oh, good muffin. Good muffin. This is Jasper. Everyone say hi, Lean's Mods! I hope you're doing so good. Happy Monday. Oh, hugs. Leanne's Bones. Big hug for you and anybody who wants the hug. And if you guys don't want it, you guys can double it and give it to the next person. Or no, you guys can double it and just give it to Leanne's Bones. Oh, is this in your way, Muffin Top? Yeah, it's on your box, isn't it? God, my room's a mess. Yikes. Zombie! Zombie 222 kisses! Mwah! Thank you so much for the forehead kissy. Alright, I'm gonna open up some DBD. I know. Are you looking in the mirror again? Oh, there we go. Crunch. Before we start the game, should we take one more shot? Cause I owe you guys 2 more shots. Thank you for the shot for Zombie! 1 week till Jason must be nice. I'm joking. I'm saying that. I'm just jealous. Everyone going to the party. What are your thoughts of the? The Dead by Daylight teasers. Okay, Nathan. It's actually so funny that you asked about that because I literally had a dream/nightmare today, like /last night, of that teaser, like the how old are you 1, are you 2, are you 3, like that video. I had like a little like dream/nightmare about it. It's so creepy. I love it. I'm very excited. I can't wait to see more of everything. Enjoy your lurky turkey expert. Really? Oh, Leon's Bones, that was me this weekend too, but I wasn't sick. So you have a better excuse than I do. I'm gonna try to, Zombie, yeah. I need it from last Monday to now. The stress was measurable. Oh, damn, I'm so sorry. Extra huggies. Oh, you are so hot. Oh, I was just about to do that. Oh, guys, everyone tell how South of Loki how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. Thank you. It gave me a timestamp for when my Target haul started. All right, let's take another shot. Should we do Malort? Should we be boring? Should we be boring? Enjoy your luck! Kraken! I just did a shot of Kraken. Hi, Scrubsky! Scrubsky, did I ask you if you're going to the DBD party? Are you going? Yeah, Canadian little Yeah, I love the Kraken. Oh my god. Zombie, I had like a freak out because I didn't make my G Fuel yet. And so I drank my Kraken and I was like freaking out because I didn't have a chaser. Shut up, Scrubsky! Now another reason to be sad that I'm not going. What's wrong with the Canadian? No, there's nothing wrong with Canadians, eh? Where do we go? Okay. Because you said so. Okay. But it's because Scrub's also Canadian, and so I figured like, well, you've got to go, right? Man, the Dead by Daylight party in Montreal. But Slothbag was so sweet. He literally messaged me. He goes like, "Do you want anything from the merch store?" I was like, "Thank you so much," because like I was so sad. Yeah, just a cheeky 7-hour version, which wouldn't be so bad. It's just like the cost to go. You know what I mean? Just the cost of it. Tom, did you see what's there? I asked him if he could pick me up the crew neck. There's a really dope, like, trapper crew neck that I want. And I told him, like, no pressure or expectation. I guess it's on the app that they posted, Tom. But I'm not going to download the app because, like, I'm not going to go. And I'm already getting FOMO already. So I'm, like, already upset about it. I'll send you the pictures, though, that he sent me. I'm going to spend a stupid amount of money. Yeah, but if you make content about it, it's tax expense. Seriously. He only showed me a hat, a t-shirt, and a crew neck. He didn't send me pictures of any accessories. Yeah, if you take a video and you post it, then boom, it's content. Someone said, Chippy! I'm about to take a shot of Malort, and then we're gonna play some DBD. Yes, sir. Yum. So this is from one of the 5 gifted subs from Friday. Much better than the Kraken. I might download the app too, just to see what else is on the merch. But I thought it was so sweet that he, like, offered, you know, and I was like, I'll pay you, and I'll pay for shipping. But I just thought that was so sweet. W soft bag, am I right, guys? Oh, my stream might freak out for a second while I open up the game. It's not you, it's me. Alright, I'm super impatient. Is this, like, done charging? Like, can I print out my picture now? It's printing! It's printing! Oh, it's sideways. Okay. Look, it's you guys! I can't read any of that. Oh, I see Tom Faulty, hello. Expert Swagger, hello. Dragons at a Blaze, hello. Raw Raven, hi. Essential Irish Queen, hi. Supernova, hi. Disco Queen, I can read it. I can read it. No way. I'm gonna keep this forever. No, on God. I have a bulletin board up here. I have a bulletin board. Hold on. What's the date today? 6/8/26. Memories. Yeah. Yeah. This is seriously what's going up here. No way. Oh, that's so cute. It's really shite quality. But I also took a picture of a fucking TV monitor. So, I mean, what did we expect, right? I'll take a picture of, like, something, like, real. Like, my dog or something. To, like, in daylight or something as well. To see, like, to test its quality. It's, like, its best settings, but that was awesome. That was super cool. I'll post it in the Discord if you guys want, but you guys probably won't be able to see it. I'm so happy. I can't believe that worked. Dead bite. Oh my god! By the way, so you guys remember on Friday when we were playing Lily's World? I forgot to do 2 things in the demo, and I recorded them afterwards to do on the YouTube video. So, also, Uvu, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissing. Oof, hello. Uvu, hope you're so good. Happy birthday! So yeah, I'm gonna add that into the YouTube video later. Oh man, can we hope that I don't have, like, any crazy issues today? I'm gonna be so sad. Do we need to play an ad? No, we're good. I'm so happy! Let me know if you guys can hear the audio okay. Yeah. Oh, that was so much fun. Ooh! Look at this. Lupin! Whatsoever that. This is V! This is V and one of her, I'd go to the store, but I can't. This is V in her newest outfit. I think I just bought it on Wednesday. I was bought it on Wednesday. But this is V Bunyasaka. Cats and geckos. It was a warm summer evening, and Axe Kick's street performance brought out a couple unexpected visitors. And there's a little lizard. Lizard. So cute.
Lizard.
When did they come in? Had to be last week. They had to be. Did the lizard work? I think it did. Out of the microwave? Oh, wait, Tom, did you get your burgers, by the way? I can't wait to make some burgers after stream. Because I did get my buns in today. It's so fudging humid today. It's like mid-80s and storming. So my hair is just a mess. Like I haven't bothered to straighten my hair in like a week and a half. Because it's like, what's the point? I'm gonna eat. There's some good buns. Oh God, please game, please don't be like a stuttery little me, okay? I've been itching to play DBD. I've been itching. Oh, I made some really good chimpkin thighs. Oh. The other night, I think it was last night actually, I had mashed potatoes and corn. Just that for dinner. It was so funny. It's the simple things. Alright. Well, I mean, so far so good, right? We'll see. Oh, pot roast. I love pot. I love ears. I actually want to do my hair like this, on God. Yeah, it's already like so much better, but we'll see when I get into a chase, because usually when I get in a chase is when it gets really rough, right? What do I have? Overcome, Soul Guard, Conviction, and Bond. Okay. Oh, good. Cream mushroom soup, shallots. Oh. And white wine. Oh my God. Do you want to like make food for me? Mommy? You guys are so... I'm in such a good mood right now. Let me open up my phone. My Twitch on my phone so I don't miss anyone's messages. Guys, I'm so excited. Also, so I got that Target stuff on Saturday, right? And I did not open a single thing because I wanted to open it on live on stream for you guys. I need everyone to tell me like what a good girl I am for waiting so long. Because I waited till Monday from Saturday. And I am not a patient man. Because I love stuff and things. I love stuff and things. And so having to wait that long was torture. In front of you, thank you! Sunny! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, I love stuff and things. I don't love stuffing things. I love stuff and things. I knew it. I knew it, zombie. You naughty doughy. But to be fair, I do speak in cursive, so like that makes sense that that's what you heard. I think is he on the he might be on the Claudette because she did just spray, right? Yeah, I think he's looking for the Claudette. Ma'am, Yiki Lenny's. I'm literally so sad I'm not going to the Montreal party because not only am I like not gonna be able to say hello to so many homies, but like I wanted to say hi to you too, zombie. Damn, I'm kind of hoping I could take a hit for her. I don't know, should I even bother trying to take a hit for her? I'm itching. Was that obnoxious? I feel like that was pretty obnoxious, sorry. Yikes! Soul Parrot! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, Tom! That'd be cool, though. I'm still starstruck, so if he sees me, I'm fucked. I have conviction, bitch. He's probably like, hacker! Hacker! I don't care. I got the Claudette off, so I'm okay with that. I hear people get hooked on you. These nuts! I'm in such a good mood, man. I'm so sad that I missed. You got Claudette off? I'd do it again. I'd do it again. I would do it again, 100%. Oh, we're going somewhere else. I'm in such a good mood. I can't wait for some random to come in and call me stupid or something and ruin it. But, I'm in such a good mood right now. Note! Mwah, think of the forehead kiss theme. You shut up! Oh! Does someone want to do exclamation point HT? HT. Oh, they're already purple. Alexa, turn front basement light purple. Because if you use code PixelxKitten today, you get an extra 10% off on Hot Topic today. Just today only. Can we refund your points, or do you want to pick a different point, or a different point? Do you want to pick a different color escape? Because my lights are already purple. I did turn my overhead light to purple though. Also, cake. Think of the forehead kissing. Something about a free hot dog lunch, and it caused me to have a vocal stim. But he said, I make someone a hot dog real bad. Was that the one? Yeah, if you want to keep purple, we'll just refund you the channel point. There we go. Blue or red? Okay, we'll do blue. Alexa, turn front basement light blue. Oh, thank God there are no skill checks. There we go. Perfect! Alright, go. Alright, you got someone on hook, someone's down. I'm healed. Glizzies for Jesus? Is that a vocal stim? Red versus blue? Ugh. Shout to Rooster Teeth. Oh, he heard me. Why are we slugging at 3 gens, I wonder? I'm very curious at the 3-gen slug. I mean, you do you, boo-boo. I'm curious about chat. Wasn't me. Dad! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Red, blue, and purple? Well, that makes sense, right? Red, blue, make purple. And one of the Star Wars movies in theaters, the churches changed their marquee to a long time ago and a Galilee far, far away. Oh man, if I was religious, I would think that that's funny, but I have no idea what that means. There was a church by my ex's house that I would go and we would go and drive like from his house, whatever. I would just drive by his house, and it was around Halloween time, so it was like in October. And this church on their sign said they now have pumpkin spiced flavored communion, which I thought was so funny. Probably the funniest thing I've ever seen a church sign say. Yeah, now with pumpkin spice flavored communion. Yeah, I thought that was very clever. Was where Jesus did stuff? Oh, Jesus. Oh, there's a pallet here. Maybe I can make it here? Cool. We'll see. I doubt I'm gonna be able to do anything here. Oh, I definitely don't make it now. Yeah, definitely don't now. Am I saying that right, Dankos? Galilee? idiot. I love conviction, man. Woo! Shit! I was so stupid! I thought there's no way that he would chase me. Or he would not chase me through there. That's so funny. I took a 25% chance, and he also took that same 25% chance. Okay, words are hard. I just had a shot at Malort before this game, by the way. Everyone has to be nice to me. Not yet, Cake! Cake, I'm just gonna do some solo queue, because I'm still trying to see if the game is, like, working for me today. If I'm doing open lobbies, it'll be in the chat. Oh my god, those little clown emotes are so cute. Happy Pride, everybody. Did you guys like the Pride picture I posted of my cat Balthazar in his little Pride bed? I got that from PetSmart a couple years ago. PetSmart. Yeah. Yeah. Get their ass. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. I love conviction. Ah, shit. I was so close to clipping that myself, Dankos. That's so funny. I was literally so close. Oh, you're so good, Cake. You're so good. It is an easy question to answer. Get Hatch! Get Hatch, Ace! Oh, he's in a locker. Locker. Hey, GG's. I'm just happy that I got to actually play the game. That's what matters, because the game was unplayable for me on Wednesday, which is super unfortunate, because it was so fun on Wednesday. Wednesday, like the 2 games that we played were so much fun. I'm not saying that today's weren't, but this is my first game. Ugh. So sad. You got so many clips out of that one match. The curse of being the funniest person in this whole world. I'm joking. All right, I'm gonna play an ad now. No ad in game. Ads now. No ad in game. I want to play. I want to keep playing as V. V is kind of super fun right now. You're talking about my curse again. Wait, what's the curse? What curse do you have? I'm joking. Look at the loaf. 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 Oh, while I was in line, shut the fuck up. Shut up, Kyle. When I was in line for the Pokemon xTarget drop, I was wearing just a t-shirt because it was hot as hell, and some lady behind me was telling me how awesome my tattoos were. And because I don't usually leave my house, it's not very often that I get compliments on it because I don't leave my house. So I thought it was so cool. So it was really cool. Made me day. They're so cute, almost as cute as you are. Should I take my last shot? Vicious, are you still here? It's okay if you're not. Because that was like an hour ago. Yeah. But if you're here, I want you to pick my shot. Oh, thanks, Dragon! Also, I am going to get a Clefable tattoo with a little secret. That I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm not going to tell anybody until it's done. But it's a little bit of a gift for you guys too. Hi, Mira. Mira, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Everyone tell Mira how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. I like gifts. I love you. It's a liquor bottle. Yeah, it's gonna be holding a bottle of Malort like my brothers. I did tell my brother. No, I did tell my brother. Sorry, it's not gonna be holding a Malort bottle. He called me a bitch. Okay, he didn't call me a bitch. I think he said, boo, you whore. And I quote, boo, you whore. Something like that. Yeah. Alright, I gotta stop looking at my bangs. Fake fan me? Whatever. Clefable and cat ears? It will be a Clefable. I will neither confirm or deny anything else. That is a really cute idea, though. I will neither confirm nor deny anything, but I will say that it's not holding a bottom lore. Because I figured that's what everyone's going to guess what it is, because it's what my brother's tattoo is. But I'm very, very excited. This will be the first tattoo that, like, I'm picking for myself. Not that I hate these tattoos. I love my tattoos. I love them. But this was picked by chat, and this was picked by chat. And you guys picked great. It's a bottom lore political fable shot. Stop. I've been drinking. You can't be saying these things to me. That's so funny. Almost said RPD again, but I forgot that I'm on the RPD playlist. That's so funny. But this is the first tattoo that, like, I'm gonna be picking that that, you know, I'll be getting myself. I'm very excited. Yeah, Mira wins. That's so funny. God dang, that's funny. Whoa! And she has ruin. Oh, so I'm screwed is what you're saying. What? Blood flavor and ruin. Whoa, she's still coming. Alright, chill. Oh, I didn't see her! How? I didn't even see her! How does that even work? Oh, that's so hard! I wonder if that's an add-on to where she's, like, doesn't appear as much. Because I didn't even see her at all. Gengar pouring Malort for a Clefable. That'd be a little bit more expensive. I think that'd be cute, though. I really like the, she's so pretty. Look at her little ears. I gotta see if I can find out how to do these ears. That's so cute. I'll see if I can find how to do it. Before I start getting jiggly. What does that mean? Hi, Damior! Damior, I got a Ditto bag name holder thing. It makes me think of you. You're gonna rub me bum, right? You're gonna rub me bum? You're gonna rub me bum like a good girl, right? Yeah. I got a Ditto bag holder. Or bag charm from the Pokemon xTarget drop. And it's so cute! Wait, what did you know how to do? God, that emo is so cute. Oh my god. Oh! So, Raven, that is why I had to drink a protein shake before stream. Because I also hadn't eaten since this morning. Oh, and I was like, oh no. Jiggly, now I get it. Like the shakes. Okay, I get it. I get it. Alright, so ruin's gone, but blood flavor still up is what I'm seeing. Okay. Jesus. Oh, damn, that sucks. Oh, damn, if I just kept going, that sucks. I didn't know. I know, is this emote so, or not emote, this headpiece so cute? I'm obsessed. Alright, the next person's get hooked, I'm not gonna unhook them. Because she seems to be a back-to-hooker. But at least the game is working, and that makes me so happy. Yeah, blood favor, I think maybe just got, they just cleansed two hexes have been cleansed, but there seems to be a third one. So I'm not sure, because something got cleansed just as I got hooked. So I'm not sure which one that was. Hello, lovely. I'm gonna use my med kit on you.
Next one's on me.
Because I'm gonna die soon anyway. You know what I mean? This charm down on the bottom right always makes me think it's like something like Covenant related from Halo. Yeah, there was a hex just right here. Oh. She said, fuck, barely. Oh, that's super unfortunate. Bitch. I'm getting a wee bit tunneled out here. Okay. I think I'm okay. Woo! That was scary. Oh, it was still blocked? Oh, I thought you said behind the okay. Okay. Makes sense, makes sense. So there's one more hex is what you're telling me. And it's probably blood. I wonder what the other hex was. I want to take credit for this. Thank you. Thank you. Do you know of any perks that helps bless? What do you mean? That helps bless what? Like, that is... That is, Oh, look at how she's holding the medkit. That helps bless totems? What do you mean? Bless faster? Kind of force. Oh, I don't know if kind of force works with blessing, though. Oh, Rune is still up. What? Oh, does she have... Is it 4 hex totems? Okay, so that was blood favor. Okay, so she has... I don't know if kind of force does blessing faster. Does anyone know? Leader, maybe. Leader makes everything faster, but someone else would have to do it. Hi, Spades! Oh, for finding hexes? There's 2. Well, there's counter force, and then there's the other one that like so annoying, like pings you. Undying blood flavor throw. Oh, probably, yeah. I don't know about. Oh, I wouldn't have known about throw because I didn't even try cleansing a totem. I don't know, but 3 of them. Oh, small game, thank you. Small game drives me crazy because of the constant pinging sound. The small game's good for that. I like counterforce. Counterforce makes me happy. Or maps. I'm joking. Maps always make me happy too. Because then you don't have to use a perk slot. Yeah, she does have 4 hex totems though. No longer show totems. Wait, really? They show gens. They don't show totems ever? I don't know. I can't remember the last time I used a map. I could have swore it did, but also I could be remembering it wrong. I'm surprised I've lived this long. I'm not gonna lie. I thought I was gonna die. Oh. I don't know why. I could have swore it does totems. I use the beacon a lot. Alright, I'm gonna go for the unhook. Where's Big Country? Unfortunately, on me way. Oh, wow, okay, cool. Bye! Have a beautiful time! Alright. Oh, Detective's Hunch! Detective's Hunch is so good. I am gonna need a thing soon. Ginger, thank you for the 5 stream streak. BJ8, thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get that TV immediately. Ah, shoot. I was really hoping that he would last a little bit longer. So I can get this TV. Oof, I might be able to get this TV still. I don't know. It's not looking like it. Maybe. We'll see. Nope. I knew it. I knew it. If he had just lasted a couple more seconds in chase, I could have gotten this. That's so unfortunate. You taking a hit for me? Oh, you are so hot. You took chase for me. She's like, oh, this V isn't very good. I'm gonna take chase for her. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Holy Nia. Whoa, God! You guys can see that, right? Obsidian Flames? Oh, no way! I don't think I have any Obsidian Flames. Good for you. What card do you need? Is it like an SIR? Oh shit, there's no pallet there. It was there a second ago, that's why I paused there for a second. Oh, I'm screwed. I'm putting this tape in. Yippee! Let's go. Nice. Cool. It lasted a lot longer than I expected. What's up, Pig Slide? The game's been going kind of fun. It's only our second game of the day today, so. Big chillin'. The killers seem to be wanting to play for, you know, for their wins, but you know, you get respected. They're playing to kill. I am playing to get blood points. I know! Okay, so it wasn't just me, Tangles. Like, that pallet was just there, right? Like, that's why I paused. That's right. GG's. GG's! Unreal. Unreal. Oh, isn't there a new code? Isn't like Life of the Party or something? Hold on. It's like Life of the Party. No. Did I lie? But did she lie? Or is it waiting in a queue of the alerts? Girl, how many challenges did I get? Ah, there it is! Party Dwight figurine. Parties don't come easy to Dwight. Are you 1? Are you 2? Are you 3? Are you 4? Are you 5? Are you 6? Are you 7? Are you 8? Are you 9? Are you 10? Oh, that trailer was so good. What's up, Sierra Mike Charlie? I hope you're doing so good. Happy Monday / Tuesday, depending on your time zone. You were right. Right about what? Holy! I need blood points, Batman. Alright, do you play that? No, we're good. Wait, hold on. Do I still have a blood point bonus for this? Because I'm only playing in this because of the blood point bonus. Oh, I do not. Okay, well, let's go back to regular then. Because I was only playing on that playlist because of the blood point bonus, so. Oh, the code! Oh, you did you post that? I totally missed that. I'm so sorry. Oh, Cayman. And what a good little sub you've been. Thank you so much for the 90. Catch these Louis Vuittons. Spades. Did you just get in my game? You just snipe me? Thank you for the 7 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I thought you posted it, and then, like, I don't know. I don't know. I left out. I'm gonna do solo queue today because I don't know. I don't know how long I'll be doing this and for what. No, not whatever. But thank you. I love you, Spades. If you yell at me one more time, you're gonna get squirt bottled. Oh my god! You're gonna get squirt bottled. Ow! You dug your nails into my leg. I'll trim your nails right now. You think I won't? Come here. Come here. That's the one that just went in my butt. I'll just do your front ones. Your back ones never really are bad. Oh, watch it, honey. Freedom! Good boy. Talking smack. Capricorn! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, look, it's my favorite map in this video game. Fucking hate this map. Oh wow. I'm not gonna lie, if I see a Cheryl moonwalking, I know we're in for a good game. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in for a good game. If I see a Cheryl. Look at her! Yeah, I'm sorry, but if there's gonna be a Cheryl. Oh, is that a ghoul? Ah! Oh, thank God he went for her and not me. Oh, thank God. What's up, KBA? GG! I was like, thank God he went for the person who's a better looper, because if he went for me, I would already be down. Woo! Oh, she's coming upstairs, which means I'm leaving. Yes. Alright. God, I love Bond. Oh, Surge. Catch these Louis Vuittons is such a good username. Oh my God. Yes, Fear. Yeah. What's up, King? Happy Monday/Tuesday. Are we thinking Pain Res as well? I'm thinking Pain Res as well. Surge and Pain Res? Oh, nope. Well, I'm leaving. Because he's going to come back to that hook, right? Oh, no, he's on Jane already. Help is on the way, dear. Help is on the way. What's your specs? Oh, like my PC specs? Exclamation point specs. It should be updated. Theoretically. Hypothetically. Should be updated. Hello, lovely. Thank you, Loki. Oh, I'm scared. He's gonna come right back. Dying Light. Oh, okay. Well, I'm the only one that benefits from that. Boo! Of course, King! It's probably foolish to do this gen while they're in chase, right? Because of Surge, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Where is she? Oh, wow. Jane's a goat? Hello? Boo! I do have Conviction up now, which is great. Alright, he's on Catch These Louis Vuittons. Oh, sorry. I went to go turn my fan down. Sorry. Alright, I'm gonna take my last shot after this. What do you guys want me to take a shot of? No, don't come here. No, come. No, come. No, come. I hate when come. Okay. You playing 75 Hertz? Ugh. How do I check that? Does my stream look like shit or something? Why are you asking? Does the stream look like shit? I think it looks okay, but let me know. Because you guys might be seeing something different than I'm seeing. Stop yelling at me! I don't know if you can hear my cat yelling at me. If that is the NZXT monitor, then yes. I am currently playing on my NZXT monitor. Stream looks fine? Thanks, Stanley! I recently swapped to the NZXT one. I used to stream on my Asus. But I stream on my NZXT one. Or I play on my NZXT one now. Stanley, what are you doing so hot and talented and handsome? Man. You have a great PC? Really? It plays like shit. I can't stream Fortnite, unfortunately. Like, it won't even, like, let me, like, stream and play at the same time, which sucks. Why? I don't know. It'll work. I don't know, you tell me. Chrissy! Chrissy, mwah. Thank you for the forehead, kissy. No! Yeah! You want to catch this dust. What? No, I was gonna get the unhook. Alright. Oh no, Serge! I got you, gamer. Hello, Jane. Would you like me to rub your bum? You should try Roblox? No, I'm good. Thank you. You can, though. If you want, you can. Oh, okay. Well, you should play it. I need her to get away from the gen. Whoop! Okay. This is why I don't take chase. Alright, and we run away from the gen. Because if we die, Surge won't make it go down. We run as far away as we can. Perfect. Surge did not happen. Perfect, perfect. Oh, let's go! But now I'm gonna be on hook at endgame. That's alright. My whole team is healed. Right? That's good. Guys, get the doors. Don't get me. I'm on first hook. Hook? Hick? First hook. No, don't unhook me. No, that is a play of Dead by Daylight. That's alright. Okay, well, he ignored me for whatever reason. We gotta get a door, gamers. We gotta get a door. Cheryl did that and is on death hook. Why did she do that? If she dies, I will never live with myself. If she dies, I will never be able to live with myself. Well played. Oh, thanks. I don't think so, but thanks. Oh, okay. Cheryl, the door's not ready yet. I will gladly take a hit for her, though. Oh, nice. They got the other door. Oh, shit. Cheryl might get out then. Oh, bye. No way the Cheryl gets out. Okay, Cheryl knew exactly what she was doing. I don't know why I doubted her for a second. I was just scared that she did that and she was gonna die for me. Because I was only on first hook. I could have stayed there, waited for the doors to open. Holy, I knew it. I told you, didn't I say from the beginning? If I see a Cheryl that moonwalks, goated. Here's loot bag! GG's. 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 I think Jane and Cheryl are playing together? I don't know. Yes! The Louis Vuittons is so clever. Yo, GG's. A 4 out against a ghoul, I'll take it. Yeah, I think they were playing together. Alright. We have to play an ad in between games. So there's no ad in the middle of a game. How's this for an establishing shot? Thanks to the carry. Okay, if you were the Cheryl, no. No, you. Because I didn't do shit that game. I did do a generator, though. I did a couple gens. You were the Cheryl? So at the beginning of the game, I saw you moonwalk, and I said, as soon as you see a Cheryl moonwalking, you know the game's going to be goated. GG's. Holy. And they end up always to start a fight in endgame chat just to see who everyone will side with. It's actually super funny. I knew it! We were just saying, I think that the Cheryl and the Jane were playing together because of your guys' banter in the endgame chat. That's so funny. GG's! No, that was so good. I didn't do anything. Cheryl You did everything. So, Noir, I think your name was? GG's. Thank you so much for the carry. Oh, you took first chase, which means I didn't get downed in 12 seconds. That's super generous. I didn't get downed. And how long does overcome last for? 6 or 7 seconds? I didn't have a 6 or 7 chase. I don't know what that is, Panda Pants. I hope it was delicious. Yeah, I do unfortunately have to play an ad. Ad now, no ad in game. But that was a really fun game. Especially against a ghoul on my least favorite map. I'll take it. Man, it makes me want to play as Alessa. Because I usually play, when I do Alessa, or Cheryl, it's Alessa. But then I'm going to disappoint people. Yeah, GG's N7. Woo! The thing is, I'm load up as Alessa. What the fuck is this build? Come and get me! Deja vu, dramaturgy, and scene partner. So anyways. Oh my god! That's so funny. No, we'll stick with V. We'll stick with V. Because I feel like if I played as Alessa, people would expect, you know, a good game, and I'm just like, I'm not a good. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to play this video game. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. It's Chunkin. Oh wait, you know what? Is my camera zoomed in all the way that I want it to be? So I did restart my PC. It is wonderful, wunderbar. Perfect. Chimkin over sliced onions that have been shimmered in soy sauce, sake, and dashi. You kick up the heat, cook scrambled egg, and oh my god! Yeah, I'll take 2. Thanks. I'll take 2. Thank you very much. That sounds delicious. Na 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 na. How's this for an establishing shot? Guys, I broke a nail today. Not to be dramatic, I did break a nail, and it makes me want to trim all the rest of my nails because all my other nails are long, except for this one nail. And, you know, they feel weird, you know? Like, sensationally, they feel weird. It's like when you get, like, fake nails taken off and it feels like you just have stubs. Panda Pants, was it for a birthday? Oh, I went from my least favorite map to my favorite map. Oh, okay. This is my second time ever going against a Karasu. I think. My second time. Oh, okay. So I did that on purpose. So, oh, I need to find, like, a mushroom or something. Oh, shit, nipples. Oh, God. So I don't know how this killer works. Medium vault. Slay. Period. Pussy pop. I need to find, like, a mushroom or something, right? I don't know. I don't think actually, this might be my first time playing against her. Oh. This music is crazy. Why are you so fast? Why you come fast? Whoa! Why are you so fast? You're so scary. You're so scary. This is so scary. No, I've never played against one. I've played as one because I got my adept for her, but I've never gone against one. Holy shit.
Hello.
Thank you so much for the follow, It's the Karasu. Really? It must be like a West versus East server or something? I don't know. That was so scary. No, I'm good. I want to do the mushroom thing, though, because I want to see, like, how the mushrooms work. Oh, but my mushroom thing is gone, though. Oh, she's kinky, though. She's kinky. And she's an unknown enjoyer. Cubby wanted onion chicken. Sounds delicious. Well, it sounds delicious. Oh. I thought there was a jet in there. I made it up. I made it all up. Ah, here we go. The cuffs? Yeah, she's kinky. That was super scary. You got your nails done on Friday? Oh, I forgot to put them in the Discord, but what the fuck? Oh my god, I got this. Okay, Spades, don't make fun of me. I'm never gonna go against a Karasu ever. supposed to go against the Krasu. See, what did you do? Aw, GG's. Damn it, I'm never gonna be able to go against one. Damn it. Me. Okay, with spades, don't make fun of me. But I got this thing from H Mart, and it looked disgusting, like by name and by principle. It sounds disgusting, but I like weird food, okay? I'm like a weird food enjoyer, and I'm like a fat person, so I love food, right? Like, I'll try anything once, right? It was this fish cake bar, and it was in the frozen section. I should have taken a picture of the wrapper. I should have taken a picture of the wrapper, but it was so good. But like, you put it in the microwave for like 2 minutes or something, and it's like a fish paste, like fish bar, but it's shaped like a summer pop or something. I don't know. It was so good. Yeah, it was so good. It was delicious. But like, by name, if I say, "Ooh, I had this fish cake bar," people would be like, "Ugh," you know. But it was so good. Really? What is the intolerance? Is it like an allergic thing, or is it just like a ugh thing? Because it was amazing. The texture was a lot like tofu. Like, and I fudging love tofu. But like bastardized American tofu. I don't know. Like, yeah, no, it tastes like tofu. Yeah, not tastes like tofu. The texture's like tofu. It was really good. Like cooked tofu. I really enjoyed it, and I want to get more. Yeah, because it was only 2 minutes. You just pop that sucker in there, and it's like hands-free. Like, whatever, you just like, I don't know.
Help is on the way, dear!
Hello! Sebastian! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in! How is your stream, gamer? What's up? Oh, it's BC. What's up, Sylvisu? Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Music Kid. Music Kid, I was wearing your gay merch yesterday. Oh, sorry. My stream freaks out. Sorry, stream freaks out when loading games. Sorry. Sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. What's up, Nurul? What's up, Miss Valentina? Welcome in, Twisted. How is your stream? Raiders, welcome in. My name is PixelxKitten. I play a variety of games, but we're... Oh my god! Alright, guess the skin. Guess the skin. Matthew Lillard. I'm gonna fucking poop myself! Oh my god, stop! That was so scary! Please, I'm gonna poop! Oh my god! Help! Help me! Help! I'm so scared! Who guessed spring, or who guessed glitch trap, by the way? Who guessed glitch trap? Holy shit! So anyways, welcome in. If you guys enjoy watching Twisted, because Twisted's a fucking goat at this game, you're gonna love it here, because I'm like everything that you shouldn't do in Dead by Daylight. Like, stand in front of the door, like glitch trap right at the beginning of the game. First day of partner push! Everybody go follow Twisted Visuals, and for every person that follows Twisted Visuals, I'm gonna Gluck 9000 somebody. I think it's Matthew Lillard. Shut up. You're not supposed to be funnier than the streamer. It breaks my heart when people are funnier than the streamer. Oh no. So, this is awkward. Oh my god, you're M2 only. Oh, I'm gonna Gluck 9000 you, my love. Holy.
Hello.
Oh, I'm gonna get hit by an orbital. Holy! But yeah, seriously, for every person that follows Twisted, have your creator dashboard up. Let me know how many Gluck 9000s I gotta give chat. But seriously, if I can get 5 people, just 5 people right now to follow Twisted. Mod's gonna get another shout out for Twisted. If I get 5 people to follow Twisted right now, I'll take a shot for you. A shot, whatever you guys want. Cute as a button. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Also, thank you very much for the follows for me. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you. And I appreciate you. Welcome in. Also, if you guys need to go raid and run, Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eka, bika, booga, stretch, go drink. But seriously, Twisted, I'm so proud of you. You are such a goat, and you deserve it. You are not only an incredible gamer, like DBD gamer, but you are also super entertaining. You're just the goat. One follower, thank you, cutest abundant. Just like, you know that blah. Oh god. Space, I'm so sorry, my love. I'm so sorry, lovely. Hey, hey. Spades, I'll respond to you, but today is not that day. Hey. Ah, wood. Stop! No, you get me. Oh. For the record, Glitch Trap, I think you should have got that. No. That's our second DC in a row. This guy's name was cheating? Oh, GG. I can't believe that. Never give up. Never surrender. So anyways, hi Raiders. Oh, I can read what Spade said to me. You know the blah feeling you get when you have a cold or something? I get that feeling. I get a headache. Oh! Shut up! So, yeah, intolerance. Okay, makes sense. Cute as a button. Mwah. Alice with the big booty. Mwah. Big with a forehead kissy. Hi, Lily! Do you guys want to see a raid trailer? Also, Twisted, let me know if you get 5 people to follow you, because 5 people follow you. I'll take a shot. But, like, go raid and run, too. Bonk! Which one is that one? Is that 3? Raven, which one's the one you like? Is that 3? 2, it's 2. Is it 2? This game just seems like just a bunch of cheap jump scares. What in the M. Night Shyamalan signs is this?
She had seen during her time with the
Boobies!
Pope.
Honkin' tibbies! Those are knockers! I actually kind of want to stay in the screen again. God, is that the hatch right there? Yo, speedrun. Cause I might have a big butt, but I got a small brain. Okay, crawl. I love your titsy stuff. Thanks. Thanks for the raid. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Partner pushing, and don't let anyone tell you that partner pushing is a bad idea. Fuck it. I don't know, man. Like after a partner push, there's gonna be a lull. But the thing is, that happens after any time someone gets partner. I don't know. Piss me off. Do your partner push. I don't know. Let people do whatever they want to do with their channels. Kaylee! Mwah. Think with a forehead kiss you. I guess we'll just play another game, right? Oh my god. To be fair, I feel really bad for that spring trap because, or I guess glitch trap, because I was really excited to play against one. And I do think that he should have got me. But that's exit lag for you. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe V is just like super skinny or something. 40! You have a day! My kid will be here in 48 days. I'm so happy for you, Willie. 48 days. So what date is that? Hi, Kaylee! Kaylee, happy Monday / Tuesday, depending on everyone's time zones. And learn a kiss. Oh, wait, played a text-based game today and learn a kissing skill. Prove it. I'm joking. I did a bunch of Duolingo today. I did a bunch of Duolingo while I was waiting in line to get Pokemon cards the other day. It's like 4 lessons. Like, wait in line to get Pokemon cards. I'm like, I guess I'll do my Duolingo. Like, I have nothing better to do. So, Koshibsha, that means who are you? Is Misha Pixel. Is I am Pixel. You're welcome. What the fuck? What prediction is this? Alright. Someone tell me what it says. Oh, wait. Will Pixel get to finish this game? Shut the fuck up. That's so funny. Okay, Salted Loki definitely made that. Will Pixel get to finish this game? July 26th. Shut up. So, either a half a month or a whole month is what you're telling me? Ooh. Oh, okay. Girl, bye. Bye. No, you can have them. Yeah, you can have them. I don't want them. You can have them. Beans, for real. I think Beans and Twin are playing together. Thank God. Let these duos duo. Get your predictions in! Will Pixel get to finish? That's funny. Watch my internet shits out. My internet did shit out yesterday. I had to reset my router. And, trigger warning, spiders for the next, like, I don't know, 60 seconds. So, trigger warning, spiders, give me, like, 60 seconds. It's gonna be short. But as, like, my router's, like, up in the ceiling, and I'm, like, blindly, like, grabbing it so I can, like, hold it and stick the power cable back in. And, I use my flashlight to make sure... I'm using my, like, my flashlight on my phone to make sure that, it was, like, all plugged in, the light was on. Big ol' daddy long legs! Just like, hello! Like, right where my hand was. Oh, I ran. I'm just like, I hope it's working, because I'm done. Like, if it's not working anymore, I'm calling my dad or something. Like, I'm good. I'm taking the L. So, hey, maybe that's another reason why I had to cancel stream yesterday. It's like, my internet wasn't working. I guess I should go for the save, eh? Because Twin's in Chase. And your Jin is further along. Pretty much I'm expecting the 16, but hoping for the 28. I'm hoping for the 28, too. I'm hoping. So, do you mind if I ask? It's okay if it's too personal to ask, but do you mind if I ask, like, what's the stipulation between whether it's a 16 or a 28 day? Like, what would make it 16 or 28? I'm gonna have Conviction up, too. So he has Thrilling Tremors and... that one thing that I just said like 2 seconds ago and I already forgot. No, don't come for my pet. Don't come. Did my gen get... Okay, did not. Okay. Wait. Okay, hold on. If he has the thing... Okay, why did... I just said it 30 seconds ago and now... I don't remember it. No! You saw my bright pink hair? Oh my god, overcome makes me so fast. Makes me come fast. Girl, you are not tier 3. Oh, that was good though. Ooh, you missed? What? Either my ping is really good or really bad. Pain res! So, okay, so question. If a killer has pain res... Ah, there she goes. And then their thing is blocked with Thrilling Tremors, do they, like, still, like, get it? Like, does it still, like, pain res it? Yikes! You quartet? Quartet lingo? Okay, yeah. I guess they call it Duolingo. Because they're learning 2 languages, right? Is that it? I don't know why I ran over here. There's nothing over here. Just kidding. Hello, Payetta. I totally knew it was there, guys. Whoa! You know what? That was longer than 6 seconds, so I'll take it. Oh, pain res. There it is. What did I do? I did drop like 5 pallets, though, so have fun with that, gamers. Oh, look at you waiting so patiently. What a cutie. Jade! Jade! Thank you for the forehead kiss. Hey! I have a thing! I have a thing to open! This is from you, right? Naughty little Nelly. Who needs pallets anyway? Well, on this side of the map, you ain't getting shit. Because I dropped in many. I dropped in many pallets. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, so you'll probably find out, like, then. Gotcha. Okay, Willie. Cool, okay. Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, okay. But you know what? A minimum of 16 days sounds good to me. You know, right? I'm happy. I'm so happy for you, Willie. Now commence the countdown. I'm doing really great, Jade. I'm having a, I'm not having a great day, but I'm feeling great today. How are you? Alright, so I have 2 pain reses. Me and Beans. I don't think Twin was pain res. Wait, so you are currently learning 4 languages, or you already know 4 languages, Cake? Yeah, so, Beans, just so you know, there's nothing over here. I threw everything. And I know that that's a pain res hook, but you've already been pain resed. No, we get it! Oh, Twin! Yeah, she's already been pain res, so I know. I'm good there. Oh, I'm surprised he didn't go and kick the Genuado. He'll hit me, I'll overcome, and then I'll get away. Yeah. I'm right with that. Overcome got me a lot of distance, so I'm okay with that. He's skinny, though. Ooh, good girl, good girl. I'm good because the popping bobas order showed up today. I can't stand the popping bobas, so more for you. I love just like the regular tapioca pearl bobas, but for some reason, and it's so funny because what's it called? Roe? No, it's not roe. What's it called? Like the fish eggs, like on top of sushi. Like I love that, and I love that texture, but I can't stand popping boba. Is that weird? Like how inconsistent I am for that? No way! Wait, what languages do you know, Cake, if you don't mind me asking? It's okay if you don't want to answer. I'm very happy for you though, Jade. Oh my god, I thought the zombie was Trevor for a second. Go away. She doesn't even go here. Thanks, homie. Allow us to watch those Tin Peaks, Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, Kung Fu Hustle. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm so happy for you, Willie. I think I want to get a thingy. Will I have enough time? Nope, not doing that. While I'm in the terror radius. Nope, 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 nope. I know better. Beans, no! Somebody save Beans! I'm gonna try to find another chesticles. Chesticles, testicles. Wow, they're all on that side of the map. Alright, it's fine, fine, fine. The brown sugar tapioca, but I'm excited for them to show up and put them in my coffee. Oh, fudge, yeah, dude. I bought tapioca pearls like forever ago. They're probably not good anymore. I actually don't think I have them anymore. Because I was like, oh, I'm totally gonna make my own boba with this. I never did. I was too scared because like I thought I was gonna mess it up, and I was like, ugh, whatever. Oh no, Beans. Oh, yeah, so he did not get pain rest. Alright, well, I'll go back. You stay on that gen, Trevo. I'll go. Jen! Thank you for the 15 stream streak. Holy. Alright, he's already on Trevor. Which is fine, because that means I could heal you. I don't see any zombies. This is like the most, like, uninvolved zombies I've gone against with Nemesis. Like, we had that one zombie, like, over there when Trevor unhooked me, but besides that, all the other zombies have really, like, buggered off. To be fair, this map is huge, right? I'll tapioca your pearls, ladies. So, he is pain res, but I'm gonna hope that the gen that he was working on over there is higher than mine. So he won't know who I am, but we'll see. I don't know. I think I'll move. Yeah, okay. Wow! Yeah, alright, well, no more pain res. Yikes! Damn. I was trapped between a zombie and him, so. Oh my god, what if he missed because of the tree attack? That'd have been so fun. Oh wow, there are no pallets. That's right, there's definitely a pallet right here! We're good. Oh, okay, well. Oh no! Oh no! I panic! I panic! I panic! Oh man, I panicked a lot. That's alright. We got to 1 gen left, and as soon as I get hooked, I would have officially finished the game. Oh, I just clicked something. Sorry. I may have just clicked something. Discord, if I did something, I'm so sorry. If you were in 2v8 and there was a Wesker Nemesis, will there be 2 Zambos? Oh, in 2v he gets 4 zombies anyways. Wesker doesn't get zombies. GG's! Fun, fun, fun. Oh, nice, he had Bond too. Background player? Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, they had a chem trap too. But we did finish the game. I'll do the prediction. Yes, but maybe not escape. That's so funny. 666 channel points on that, by the way. Was sure there was one more zombies. Well, I mean, Wesker is related to zombies because of his relation to Resident Evil, but only Nemesis has zombies in the game. Correct me if I'm wrong, though, because now I'm, like, confused. Oh, Problem Child, did you lose channel points on that? Should we take our last shot that I owe you guys? Did anyone tell me what to take? I don't remember. Oh, shoot! Hold on. Where's my browser? This is special for what? Oh, then why do you disapprove, bitch? Music. Oh, the song ended. Okay. I hate when songs end and they have like 30 seconds of like blink sound. All right. All right, Jade, if you're here, I did get a package in today. And if you're not here, that's okay. I'm still gonna open it. I'm a problem child. Yeah, you are. Yippee! Oh my god. So I don't have this. I actually have quite a few of like the Lord of the Rings magazines, because whenever I was out, like ever in my entire life, as a child to a young adult to a 33-year-old lady, I'd always just get anything Lord of the Rings related, or The Hobbit, and I don't have this one, so thank you so much. It's going to go in my my pile of magazines that I have. This is so dope. Oh, is this new? It says display until February 7th, 2025. So this is relatively new. Oh, idiot. 20 years on film. Oh, so I didn't realize this is a new one. I thought this was an older one. Even better, it's more modern. Modern. Shut the fuck up, problem. I do mean it in, like, a positive way. Like, you bitch. I'm glad you didn't take it, like, in, like, a fuck you. I mean, unless you want it to. I'm joking. The spank bank pile. I do have a bunch of, come on, did he say, Lord of the Rings magazines I have on my coffee table. Is that what it's called? Coffee table. So pretty. Thank you, Jade. Thank you so much. You are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Pain in the ass. Do it. What shot are we taking, chat? Vodka? Malort? Pink Whitney? Kraken rum? Tequila Reposado, Tequila Blanco, or Moonshine? Anubis. Mwah. Think of the forehead, Kissy. Pink Whitney. So you hate me, is what you're telling me. Okay. I'm joking. Anyone else? Tequila? So you hate me. Can you stop spamming chat? I'm joking! Oh my god. Oh my god. No, what was that screenshot that I got from you, Spades? Oh, it was you deleting your messages. And you already had some tequila. What was it in Bruce? Was it in Brucey's chat? Spades like misspelled like a bunch of stuff and like in a row, and then they deleted their own messages to like delete the evidence. But I took a screenshot of it. It's like it was really funny. Oh, it was so funny. Alright, well, someone pick Pink Whitney or tequila. Salty Loki, you pick. You better pick something good. Electic is crazy. Root? Tequila, so you hate me. Alright, well, tequila, reposado, or tequila. No, we'll do Blanco, because we haven't done Blanco recently. We did reposado recently. Oh, I hate this! I hate tequila! Oh. I was hoping to make more, like, pop sound. Furry. Alright. I think this is the last shout out, you guys. From, what was it, Wednesday? Or Friday? Friday! You had to pick between, do you hate me with Pink Whitney or do you hate me with tequila? So you hate me. Max! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissing. Is this 30 seconds of like... Oh, okay. It's just quiet. Fuck, that's so gross. That's so gross. Ugh. Alright, add now. No ad in game. Wah. Problem child! Wah. Think of the forehead kissy. Whoa. Oh my god. That emote is super funny. I love that emote. Wah. Yahoo! Yeah! Yippee! Oh man. Woohoo! Did you guys see the new, like, Nintendo / Mario Crocs that they came out with? Or they're coming out with? They have, Bowser Crocs? I need them so badly. And then, like, Mario, and I think Peach, and I can't remember the fourth person. Probably Yoshi. Probably, like, Yoshi or Wario or something. Oh, man. I really want the Bowser Crocs, though. They're so dope. They're green and they have little spikes on them. They're kind of like his shell. Yeah! Wow! Also, hi, Kalafi. Should I bring a oh no, the Lee Yunjin has a flashlight. I'll keep it. Oh, but if you want to sign her card, you don't have to. But that's what the rest of the message says. So if you read the whole message, it says, "Did you miss Rucy's birthday? Fear not, you can still sign her birthday card here." I posted about it twice in the Discord in the 2 weeks leading up to her birthday, and then I messaged everyone that reacted to it, so I can send so I sent the birthday card to everyone who reacted to it. And then, this is just so if anyone wanted to sign her card that didn't see the Discord pings and the announcements. Also, I don't know if you can hear me, but Kyle's birthday's coming up. Kyle's birthday's in officially 2 weeks! Quappy! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, Kyle's birthday is in officially 2 weeks, if I remember correctly. I think I remember correctly. I think it's the 22nd. Kyle's gonna be old? Kyle is old. Kyle's gonna be older. Unk! What if I just say happy birthday, Unc, and like that's it? Or no, what if I just type, like, happy birthday, nana nana bat Unc. Half my mods are Unc? Really? I'd have to see how old everyone is. So I think I'm the second oldest, right? Well, aren't Raven and I the same age? Oh no. No, oh no, War's older than me. No, is War older than me? I don't know. I don't know. Hi, Otter Gaming. You're gonna be 41? Are you really? Shut up. Holy. You're 35? Oh, okay. So we're like almost the same age. And Wootsy's a baby. Oh no, who's the youngest? Spades? Mira? Slasher. I don't know. Oh, nice, Max! You're so sweet! Thank you so much for sending her birthday card. Slash, I don't know. Otter Gaming, thank you for the 5 strip streak! Where's younger? I don't know, because it's the 2 kids that trip me up. I assume everyone that has kids is old as fuck. I'm sorry. Oh, look at this little, like, trickster sticker. How cute. This map makes me think of Jason, because this is the first map that I saw Jason on. Oh, Springtrap. Oh, interesting. Okay. But I don't see doors, so it's not a Springtrap. Oh, it is a Springtrap! Fuck yeah, dude. I hope it's the same one. Oh, that door just opened. Don't make him DC this time. Hi, Kels! I love you. Moist. On my Hunter Suck and vice versa. That's actually super funny. I feel bad. I feel bad making people DC. Especially killers. Cause I'm not good at this game. So it gives me a complex. You know what I'm saying? I'm leaving. Oh, are you? Are you doing Survivor or are you doing Killer? Girl, did you hear a cat meow? Meow. This trickster is sex daddy. Oh, sexy daddy. Okay. 6 to 1, half a dozen another. What's up, Lulu Bubs? Survivor bet. Your trickster is sex daddy. That's funny. By standing in a corner facing away from everything. I think it's so super funny. You always sit for trickster. Now, who's your favorite, trickster or Mina? I like them both. I'll take either or. Want me to heal you, lovely? Want me to rub your bum? Both of them, yeah. Are you in Florida right now? How's the humidity treating you? You breathing okay? What an absolute top tier first comment, yeah. And Mina, okay, cool. So you're equal opportunity. Cool, cool, cool. Ugh. You can keep them. You keep your nasty spiders. Raven, I just saw your message in the mod chat. My eyeball is doing that thing again where it has like a little fuzzy spot in my like line of vision, my field of vision, and oh my god, wait, Lulu, do you have one of these pillows? Do you have one of these pillows in your bedroom? Do you have one of those pillows? Look at that. I think Lulu, you need one of those pillows in your bedroom. No way! Wait, are you going to the Montreal party? That is so funny. So there's a TikTok that I've seen, Kels, of this one lady who has to make sure her dog, her like Labrador Retriever or Golden Retriever, is not sneaking rocks into his mouth into the house, because he just eat, like, he just puts a bunch of, like, rocks, and not like pebbles, like, fucking rocks into his mouth, and she has, oh, I'm so sorry, she, like, she has to, like, shake his mouth to make him drop the rocks, and I'm just picturing that's your friend, or your, what did you say, your sister, with you, and, like, drop the spiders, Kels, drop the spiders, no more spiders, Kels! So, that's what I picture, that's you. Oh, you've seen that! Yeah, so you understand. That's very funny. No way! 15 hours! Good luck and Godspeed, Pilgrim. Holy. Drink lots of water, me with plans. Turn out your pockets, Rootsy. Turn out your pockets. Everyone say hi, Rootsy. This like one blurry spot in my vision is driving me bonkers. Making it really hard to see. She says she can trust her kids. How old are her kids? You can't prove that I have cutties in my pocket. Oh my god, so you, when you're taken to the garden center, it's Rosie! Oh, do you think? Fuck, Raven. That is a symptom. And I'm scared because I feel no other symptoms of that, but you're so right. That is, I don't know, it feels like there's something in my eye though. It doesn't feel like a migraine vision blur, but now I'm worried that it might be. No, you're so right. Fuck, if I'm in such a good mood right now. If I get a fucking migraine, I'm gonna lose it. Oh, I'm gonna kill myself. Eclipse, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Also, Ghost, thank you for the 7 stream streak. What the fuck? Alright. Fine. You get him, I'll get him. What's your armor maxes? I don't know. I don't know if I really want to, though. Just because it does mess with the color saturation a little bit. I don't know. I'm being so stubborn. I really don't think it's, I don't know. Maybe it's a copium. Like, I'm, like, coping that it's not gonna be... Like, I'm coping that it's not gonna be a migraine. I don't know. It just feels like there's something in my eyeball. I don't know. I'm coping. I'm copium. What is this gen at? Oh my god, this gen that was almost done? That's right. Hopefully this was a Merciless Storm thing. And there's no more Merciless Storm. Cope D's. You disgust me. Rootsy, that's crazy. I would have done that on Saturday if I didn't cancel stream. Oh no, I wouldn't have done it on Saturday because you hadn't streamed yet that day. Because I was going to stream in the morning. Or not in the afternoon. I would have done it on Sunday if I didn't cancel stream. Alright, I gotta lock in because there might be Merciless Storm right now. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go back to main because that was also Merciless Stormed. Yikes! Almost. Oh my god, I'm so glad you didn't. Because I heard you say that. I heard you say that you were gonna cancel stream. Oh my god. Oi, Jamoin. Imagine canceling your birthday celebration. I'm very glad you didn't too. Also, I've had 3 shots today, Ruthie, if you could believe it. I had a shot of Kraken right at the beginning of the stream. I had a shot of Malort, and I had a shot of Tequila Blanco. I was never late? Okay. I was not having a good day that day because of my anxiety, but watching your stream helped a lot. Ew, ew, yum! Oh, quick gambit. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, because that's the reason why I didn't stream on Saturday and Sundays, because my anxiety. I just slept for... Honestly, the longest I was awake all weekend was when I was watching your stream on my phone. Merciless Storm. Okay, we gotta end that before Merciless Storm starts. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this gen was at Merciless Storm. And now it's back to zero. Zero. Oh, can't. I thought there was a window there for some reason. Okay. Oh, there's no pallets here. Alright. Damn, that sucks. I'm turning my toes. Twisting. Wait, what is it? Curling my hair and what do I say? No, I genuinely don't think it's a migraine because I can feel it in my eyeball. Thank you though. I can feel it in my eyeball. Kicking my hair and trimming my feet. Thank you. I'm thinking there's just like a thing of mascara in my eye or something. An evil cat hair, yeah. Because I think if it was an eyelash, I'd be crying because I'm such a baby. I'm so. Oh, watch out, Dwight! Dwight, watch out! I'm such a baby when it comes to eyelashes. Like I'm like the because I get really sensitive with eye stuff. Like eyelashes like make me sob like a little baby back bitch, but cat hairs that you don't really feel them. Nice. Woo! Cat hairs, you don't really feel them, but like you know they're there because you can't see. Sniper, get down! Oh, that's so scary. I've never seen that jump scare before. So that was super fun. Alright, it's all between who gets found first. Because, Dwight, if you get found first, I don't know if I'll be saving you. Respectfully. Oh, he's being cute with him. Oh, he's being cute. He's letting him heal. What did I do? Yeah, he's being cute with him. Fuck. Should I try to see if I could be cute with him too? I don't know if he's being cute, because if Springtrap was chasing him, he'd be in chase right now. Oh shit. Girl, bye. Yep. Girl, bye. I saw that shit. Bye, have a beautiful time. What? Shit! Yeah! Damn it. Really? I don't really play this map often. But to be fair, I also don't play this game very often. Yikes. Because besides the 2 games that we played on, what was it, Wednesday? Last time I played was the Jason PTB that you guys saw on stream, and then who knows last time on that? Because I don't play off stream. Not that I have anything against it, I just don't have time. You're gonna save me? Oh, you are so hot and tall. You're the life of the party. Now heal me. Oh, good boy. You're gonna use your med kit? Holy speed, Batman. Thank you. For you, Spades, or for me? For me, right? I'm going back in here. Oh, this gen's already done. Yeah, get his ass. Get his ass, Springtrap! Get his ass! Did I ever finish the one that was like right here? No, I did not. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I was like, no, right? Damn. Destiny! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Ritzy, mwah. Thank you for the 4 QC. The stealing from your bitch ass, like, stealing neighbor? Oh my god. That's my 11th, 12th, and 13th reason. Okay. Hatch. Too soon, Rootsy. Too soon. Okay. Oh, it's like eerily quiet. Oh, okay. Good thing he doesn't have a teleportation power or anything. Oh, fuck! Well, well, well. I'm gonna get a key out of this basement. Do you guys mind? He'll never know. It's gonna be a key, don't worry. Oh, it's not. Morimi! Yes! Oh. So good. I love that Mori so much. GG's! GG's, Dozer. No way in, no way out. Oh, I'm so happy. I saw that. Yeah, you liked it? Oh, that makes me so happy. Yo, good morning, Destiny. Good morning. Oh, I just went to go fix my glasses that are not on. Ugh. It's definitely a fan service movie. Like, I wouldn't recommend it to the normal, like, Joe Schmo, but if you enjoy Five Nights at Freddy's, and you enjoy the first one, you enjoy the games, you enjoy the lore, then it is, it's a great movie, right? But definitely fan service, yeah. Lawyer. Yeah, definitely not as good as the first. Because I feel like it was definitely setting up for the third one. I think the third one is going to be its big pow right in the kisser. There's 12 minutes before an ad starts. I really don't think I'm going to be able to finish a game in 12 minutes. Ooh! I don't really need to pee right now, but I could. I could pee. I'm like this close to just taking my eye makeup off because it's like pissing me off so much, whatever's in my eyeball. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna think about taking my makeup off. I agree, Rootsy. I agree. Especially for, like, the normal, like, Joe Schmo that just, like, wants to go watch it because it's a movie. Or, like, they like Bloomhouse or whatever, but... Alright, I'm gonna go pee. I'll play an ad, and then, I'll be right back. If I come back without makeup on... Sorry!
You're dead, though.
You're dead!
You guys are assuming I'm gonna get caught.
You right? You right?
Jervs has me. Or J-Bug's coming. Both of them! We might have to run. Oh! Let's go! I take the hit. W. But she might. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna run right to the boon. Methinks. Okay, she hits the gen. I do have Roselle. Ah, no, we gotta go. Alright, he's checking there. Oh, there she is. Oh, J-Bug with the big body blocks. There we go. Medium vault, that's fine. I don't need it. Nice. Nice. Yo, J-Book with the big body blocks. Yo, let's go. Whew. Oh, sorry. Whew. Let's go. Honestly, this boon is so great. Your boon is so good. Oh god, Circle Pit is just so good.
Thank you. Too bad they're banned during the tourney.
Yeah. It's just like that that aura reading, or just like knowing that someone's there is so good. Oh. Wait. That's alright. She's gotta break that pallet, yeah. The LMAO twins got me. Do it right now in your bathroom. She vaults. What? Alright. Terrible! Thanks for letting me pee. I didn't really need to. Did you get your eye out? No, I didn't get my eye out. Fucking Volvo? Baldur's Gate guy. So it's alright, Ruthie. I did wet my finger after so I washed my hands, dried my hands, wet my finger, and like went around my waterline to like try to see if there are like any gubbins in my waterline. And right now it's just wet in my waterline. So that's just a bit pissing me off right now. But I don't know. So far so good. But I don't know. So I strongly think it's like a TISM thing, because I am super fucking sensitive to things. Like, you guys ever remember the story? The Princess and the P, where like the princess gets did you see the happy birthday video of Okay Fast? Do you think it's a killer reveal or do you think it's just an announcement? Yes, Varu. I think it might be both. I think it might be a little bit of both, and yes, I actually had a dream about it today. The are you 1? Are you 2? Are you 3? It was so scary. I loved it. What was it saying? Oh yeah, but the Princess and the P is literally me. It was like one of my favorite stories when I was a kid. But you know, the story is like the princess is sitting on like 40 stacks of mattresses, and they're like they put a pea, like just a pea under her bed to test if she was royalty or something, if she was like the real princess. And she had such a hard time sleeping that night because her back hurt so much because of the pea under the one mattress all the way at the bottom. And like that's literally me, because I'm like so sensitive. Yeah, exactly, Ruthie. And fun fact that how that was like my favorite story growing up. But yeah, I'm gonna pull from the middle. I want the middle. I'm feeling the middle. I'm feeling like a switch today. The Hierophant, the Hierophant. What do you think, Varu? By the way, do you think it's gonna be a killer reveal or just anniversary stuff? I think it's gonna be both. The calls from inside the house. The Hierophant, in reversed. Having lost control, you're seeking more flexibility. Even if that means taking an unconventional approach, you may be defying social norms and questioning traditions. Rebellion, nonconformity, ignorance, rejection of values. Yeah, I don't like the balloons. Like scream like, oh, it's just a party, it's the anniversary, but also the balloons scream it. And then what polyester tweeted about, like how the invite, the wax literally spells it. I'm like 85% sure it's gonna be Pennywise, but like it's also like copium, or it could just be a red herring, right? Yeah. And the thing is, a lot of people are also speculating. It's like, oh well, we just got announced Jason, but it's like they could announce another killer. But Jason will be for the 10-year anniversary. But they can announce a killer whatever the fuck they want, you know? It'll give them something to look forward to. Scooby-Doo, no. I think they actually said that they'll never do it. Yeah, Exactly, Wootsy. Exactly. Do you guys want to hear the funniest thing? Hold on, I gotta cancel because this might be a long story. It's not gonna be that long. So, do you guys remember the other stream where I was asking you guys about this verbal sin that I had? Oh, you look tasty. Was anybody here for that? It's okay if no one was, but was anybody here for that? Because I now remember where it's from. Oh, you look tasty. Do you guys remember me saying, like, bitching about how... And people were posting references in the Discord trying to help me, like, remember where it was. What's up, Saphira? What's up, Normie? Yo, Normie, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? What were you up to? We're playing some DBD right now because the game is actually working for me because... I've been having some really bad issues, but, like, finally it's working. Ah! I'll tell you the story in a second, Moon. Yo, welcome in, Raiders. How is your stream? Everyone go follow Normies and friends. Please get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch you a drink. We're playing some DBD today. I'm playing some V Bunyasak, and I made a killer DC today. That doesn't really happen often at all. And it was a spleen trap, and I was so sad. Because he was really good, but he gave up, and it makes me sad. Toxic Kitten, I know, and I wasn't even trying to. He scared the French toast out of me, too, Saphira. It was so funny. You made artist DC? Rude! But Norbies, I hope you had the best stream ever. Thank you so much for the raid. Do you guys want to see another raid trailer? We'll do the
Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is the music like this?
I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry.
It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands.
By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? Also, Chico! Mwah. Think we're the forehead kissy. Oh. Ignore that. Sorry, my PC's so slow. Okay. Alright. But thank you guys so much for the raid. I love your eye makeup. Oh, thank you! I almost just tore it off. Because it's driving me crazy because of sensation. Or sensation. Sage Bell, hello. Peter, the horse is here. Shut up. What have you done so far, Saphira? No, yeah. And then, no, it's funny. It took like 30 seconds for me to get into the call and then to get out of the call because my PC is so fucking slow. Bye, Demi non-binary. That's so dope. Oh my god. Sage!
The damn thing.
Sage
What?
shot you.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub for the 11 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. That's so hot and talented and handsome of you. Pronoun check. My pronouns are she and they. Thank you for asking. That's awesome, Saphira. Hell yeah. What's up, Bev? Bev, happy Monday. Thanks, Lecky made that Sage. And it's so cute. I love that moon. I'm so happy for you. Another Cheryl. Oh, we're gonna have juicy juicers. How's my day? My day's been kind of ass, but I'm feeling okay. How have you been, Mav? I love your goober or whatever emote, whatever people call it. I was gonna say gooner, but that's not the right word. I think it's called goober, right? He's so cute. Almost as cute as you are. Huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah, your little goober emote. It's so cute. Yeah, I say that's what the message is called, or like what the emote was called. But I think people call them goopers or something, right? I don't know. I don't keep up with the kids' lingo. Guys, I want to go against another Krasu. Oh, a ghoul again? Oh, got his ass. That's it. Oh. Okay. I was doing really well, and then I did really bad. Oh, okay. Well, that worked out. Ow! Mav, you're so sweet. I hope you're doing so good. Oh, the vocal stim. Okay, yeah. The vocal stim. So I'm like, where the fuck is this vocal stim from? Like, I know I got it from something. Where'd I get it from? And, I got it from one of my dad's fucking animatronics in his Halloween setup. And the reason why it's stuck in my head is because when I visit his house, he's had the same animatronic for like 10 years. And it's a witch. I told you guys it was a witch. I said, I don't know, guys. It's like a witch cartoon or something. And it's not a witch cartoon. It's a fucking witch animatronic that my dad made. And and one of the voice sounds that she makes is, "Oh, you look tasty." And that's a purple stim that I have. Because every time she says it, I repeat it. Because when I go to my parents' house, like on Sundays or whatever, like during like Halloween time, he's got all of his Halloween decorations up. All I hear is, "Oh, you look tasty," and all the other like animatronic sounds. So I just thought it was so funny. how were people supposed to know where I got this stupid vocal stim from? And it's from my dad's Halloween setup. So I thought that was really funny. I could not wait to tell you guys that story. But Saphira, that's awesome. I'm upset that Twitter hasn't shown me it. But to be fair, I guess I haven't really been on Twitter the past weekend. Saturday and Sunday I haven't been on Twitter at all. Reactive, or as they'll call them, call and response vocal stims. What does that mean? Or like does that mean like they're like older stims? It is so funny. Like probably not to like people like. It'd be so much funnier if people who were there for that conversation, because you said you were lurking, so that helps. But it was, I wish the people that were there for that conversation were here too, because then they could like laugh at how stupid I am. Because there was a whole conversation we're having, and people were literally finding like there were videos put in general chat of like, "Oh, is it this?" That's like, "No, that's close, but not quite." You know, it was a whole thing. Oi, Jamoy. No, you're so good, Moon. Oh my god, road work ahead. God, I hope it does. Yeah, God, that's one of my favorite things to say. Road work ahead. I sure hope so. I want to heal this Lara. So I get conviction. Lara, look at me. Look at me! I did not know that. Thank you for the teach. So it's something that someone says. That makes sense. Alright, well now I have conviction. Basement! Damn! Oh, Lara. Okay, well she's getting that. Well then I'll get on the gen. Oof. Dinosaur! He's going straight to basement, so I'm just gonna go and heal you then. Nice, they got the unhook. Oh, he might tunnel the... I think he's gonna tunnel the Cheryl out, unfortunately. Should I just heal her? Yeah, I mean, right? Should I just heal her? Yeah, he's gonna tunnel the Cheryl out. That sucks. Poor Cheryl. That's so unfortunate, especially, like, there's 3 gens left. Chill! That's so unfortunate. You poor unfortunate souls. And don't two people have beams in this lobby? I think Cheryl was one of the people that had beams, though. Really? That's kind of like high praise, though. Hello? Oh! Michaela's just standing. What did the Michaela do? Why does she get free reign? Ah, shit. Wait, why does the Michaela get to live? I want to live. Did he like just tunnel out the Cheryl and he's like, nah, I'm good? I'm confused. Does he know the Michaela? What? You can sleep with my streams on? It's the constant yelling that helps, right? I'm joking. Should I, like, get her up? I'm so confused. And what does this Michaela know that we don't? Oh, okay. Well, weird, right? Exactly. Snooze. That's so funny. Alright, well, let me... Yeah, because he's going to chase Lara. I'll go get the Michaela. Oh, he does pick her up, though. Weird game, right? Oh, you know what? I think the Michaela is probably a duo with... The Michaela is a duo. And she doesn't want to play because her duo's gone. That's why. That has to be it, right? Like, that has to be it, right? I hate people. Me when Mira gets tunneled out. It'd be like that, you know? What? I'm gonna keep trying, though. I'm gonna keep trying. Spitters or quitters. That was a weird thing to say. I'll say it again. Oh, he got me there. Oh, nice! I do have conviction, so if he slugs, I do have that. So we'll see. We'll see the choices there. Now we'll be like, guess I'm touching this gen until I die. Otaku! Otaku! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Real. So funny. I'm gonna save my conviction just to see what happens. Cool. Thanks, lovely. I don't know. It just Heartless 3090. I think like I feel bad for Link's Files because Link's Files got tunneled out immediately. There's nothing that really could have been done, especially since their second hook was at basement. You know what I'm saying? Oh, exclamation! Oh, thank you, buds. And if you use my discount code PixelxKitten, no X, you get 20% off. So hashtag sponsor. Expand the loop a little bit, I suppose. I do still have conviction. We'll see. Whoa! Damn it. Nice. GG's. Oh, okay. Let me live. Let me live. Aw. I don't think I can take my attempts until everyone's hooked, right? I'll try. What's the best time to get reminders to work on stream stuff? For me? You gotta catch me in a good time. I don't have an answer for you. I'm so sorry. Because usually after I'm done streaming, I'm completely checked out. It's I can't do it, you know? Because I would— No! Spades, no! No! Is there a way that you can go back in time? Yeah. Probably before streams, but honestly, just having it there so I can see what needs to get done, so I can plan a time of when, yeah. Gearhead! Oh, also, I think cleaning my ear. Cleaning my ear.
Hi Pixel Pix hug.
I think cleaning my eye helped. Cookie Dough? Did you mean to do that? Tier 3 sub? Thank you for the tier 3 for 9 months. Enjoy your 110. Count them. Your 110 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. I have a very important question for you, Cookie Dough. Cat or dog? Tell me what needs to get done beforehand, and then I can decide, like, because I'll need to, because I can't just, like, hey, because I can't just be like, hey, can you work on something for stream? Because I won't know if it's going to take me 5 minutes or 30 minutes, or I don't know if it's going to be, like, tech issues to where I get frustrated and I won't want to stream later, or I'll just need to know what needs to get done from me. So let me know what needs to get done for me. I'm not going to look at it now because I'm already getting stressed out. And then, yeah, I'm going to change that because I'm already getting stressed out. I'm sorry. Not a you thing. I just get really stressed out. I'm sorry. It's anxiety. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I'm a mess. I know. You are so sweet, Cookie Dough. No, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I figured that's what it was, which needs to get done because it'd be super helpful. But I'm just getting, like, anxiety is so weird, man. Like, the weirdest things trip me up. Doggy? Oh, God. Perfect. That was a mess. Also, Cookie Dough, I have a very important question for you. Mods can do that too, right? Do what? You know what mods can do? Kiss my— I'm joking. Imagine I just said kiss my ass and remove VIPs. You guys are editors. So you can try taking away Moon Quartz's thing. Oh. How many head mods can I have? I don't have any head mods. Or not lead mods. 5? That could be interesting. Prom. That, because I could just max out my head mods, right? No, Mira was so fast with that promise. But Cookie Dough, a very important question for you, okay? First of all, second of all, the promise is so funny. Fruit Loops vodka, Pink Whitney vodka, Kraken rum. Oh, it's left. But we should add an alias to Moon, though. Malort, Tequila Reposado, Tequila Blanco, or Moonshine. Apple Pie Moonshine. Cookie Dough. You let me know. Thank you so much for the tier 3 cheese and rice. Thank you so much. That is so hot and tall and talented and handsome of you. Cookie Dough _102. Un momento, por favor. I really think I fixed my eyeball. I think. Like, I still feel something there, but, like, I don't think I have a vision impairment. But I still feel something there. Fruit Loops vodka? I'm down for that. You son of a bitch, who did that? Oh, Kyle! So speaking of kissing my ass. Go ahead, Kyle. Kiss it. Kiss it. Kiss it, Kyle. That's so mean. I'm so sorry. Kyle, are you being nice to me? I would pay way more than 25. Mira's like, I can just see Mira just in the corner, just like, God, I've seen what you do for others. Mira, wait, did you do it? Loki, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome through that. Thank you so much for contributing to my Clefable tattoo. You little beautiful human, you. I have a very important question for you, cat or dog. Okay, Fruit Loops vodka, don't we forget. Benny! Benny, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy.
Lizard.
Tattoo! Ugh, this cat, I'm just joking. I love all the cats equally. Alright, what should we do for cookie dough? Oh, I know! No one tell me. No one tell me I am the smartest person in the world. Man, this is where Leon's Moans would tell me. Leon's Moans or Dangos would tell me. Welcome to the stream. We're taking a break from our gaming commercials. Guys, if you see Leon's Moans, make sure you tell them that you hope that he feels better. Let's go ahead and say me? Meow meow. Meow meow. That was weird. Okay. Pumpkin! Pumpkin. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Pumpkin! I hope you're doing so good! Happy Monday/Tuesday. Ugh, that made an awful sound. Okay, I just had the weirdest desire. Do you guys remember the game called Visage? Do you guys remember that game? I just had the weirdest, like, urge to play that right now. Like, how weird is that, right? Like, I really want to play Visage right now. Hi, Micah! Micah, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I've missed watching your stream so much. Work has been crazy busy. Ooh, I hate work. I'm just joking. You're so sweet, Cookie Dough. Thank you so much for tier 3. I literally, like, you goofy goober. I really want to play... I think the last time I played it... Hold on. Visage. Probably 2022? Oh, October 13th, 2023? Well, it is 2.5 years ago, I guess. Damn. Have I seen you today? Are we about to kiss right now? We might. I'm joking. I hope you're doing so good. I hope you've had the best Monday ever so far. Alright. You're gonna be holding something super cute and to the shock of nobody. Aw, he's so cute. Alright, Cookie Dough. I hope you like your kitty cat. Your doggy. I made it look like a cat. How do I make this look like a dog? I fixed it. I forgot it's supposed to be a dog. Shit. I'm sorry, I got cats on the mind. Alright. You can tell it's a dog because it says woof. He's holding a cookie. I'm sorry, the dogs look so much like cats. So, he's holding a cookie and he says woof. So you guys can't forget that it's a dog and not a cat. Thank you. Thank you, Roots. You're so cute. I'm not gonna look at it right now, though. It says woof. It's clearly a dog. Aw, cutie pie. Alright, now what should we do for Kyle? Thank you for the warning, by the way. Alright. Kyle. Whose birthday is in exactly 2 weeks, by the way, if my math is correct. You love him? Thank God. I was worried. Woof. I am gonna put this command in chat. Just in case people are experiencing a little bit of a delay in chat. I'm not saying anyone's experiencing a delay, but just in case anyone is. Oh, Salted Loki, you're so hot for that. I wasn't born. I was created fully formed from spite and trollishness. What created you? Tell us more about your lore, Bat Kyle. Oh, did you guys hear that? I heard it in my microphone reverb reset thing. Alright, Kyle is holding... I had it. I knew what you were holding. And I forgot. What were you holding, you little schmuck? Aw, I remember. Man, I don't know why. I thought I was gonna go, like, silly with it. But I think I'm going cute with it. Damn. Whatever. I don't know why I'm going cute with it. They didn't want to pay child support. Never revealed themselves. Oh no. Oh, Escape, I don't know. I can't tell you that. I'm not sure. They just stuck with mortal parents who suffered greatly at the hands of their host. So funny. Alright. Oh, you know what? Okay. Alright, Kyle, you're so lucky I'm making you a cutie. You're so lucky. It's because you yourself are such a cutie. Oh, it's so cute, actually. Alright, so Kyle is a pumpkin kitty, and he's holding a pumpkin! He's just so cute! Little jack-o'-lantern. Thank you for your ko-fi. Oh, the kitties are so much tinier than the dogs. Like, disproportionate. So cute. Tyler, almost as cute as you are. Ah! Think of the forehead, QC. Wait, Cookie Dough, get assigned a Pokemon. Get assigned a Pokemon. A Pokemon. What's Snivy's evolution? It's like superior or something. It's like, the grass lizard guy. That's you. Do you like it? So, it's it's from Pokemon Center. So it's got like it's got Fuecoco, Scorbunny, Charmander. It's got all the Chimchar. It's got all the fire ones. Oh, Max! That's a good idea. I like the way you think. Ooh, stretch. I could stretch.
Lizard.
Grass lizard guy was my stoner. Shut up. I should not have looked away while I was pouring liquor. That's crazy. Who did that? Grass lizard! Guys, everyone go tell Slash hot and tell Tansy hands to me, and everyone go follow him. He is currently part of pushing. Everyone go follow DJ Slashy. Also, RFG. Yes! Thank you so much for the 14 monthlies. That's hot. Hi, Vanna. I do have Smirnoff, but this was just 3 olives. But what's up, DJ? Thank you so much for the 14 monthlies. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Everybody go follow DJ Slushy. Slushy, when's your next stream, by the way? I'm doing okay. I had a really bad weekend this weekend. So I canceled my stream on Saturday and Sunday. I had a really bad anxiety attack, and it completely wiped me out. But today I feel a lot better. Oh, I've had those, DJ. They're so good. I'm gonna say your full government name, because I just realized we have 2 DJs in chat. DJ Eberly. What's your favorite of the Mountain Dew ones? I like the orange one. My favorite, the hard Mountain Dews. Tomorrow night. Gotcha. Sounds good. Mr. Slushy. Mr. Slushy. Saying in the way of Mr. Crowley. Livewire! Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Yum. Oh, you thought I had a treat. So stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Stretch. Can I crack my back? Mr. Slushy. Did you hear that? Did you guys hear that? That felt really good. Alright. Let's do some toe touchies. And then Kyle. Kyle pick a shot, but I can't promise I'm gonna take one anytime soon. Because that was like my 4 shots. Oh, this feels good. Good stretch, guys. Holy. Oh, yeah. Oh, the back of my thighs. Hi, Jasper. Good stretch. Good evening, goddamn Superman. I love SpongeBob. SpongeBob, me boy. Hugs to you and anybody who needs a hug. If you guys don't want, you guys can double give to the next person. Have a good night, Dragon! Also, Dragon, don't forget, maybe a Target drop tonight if you want to set your alarm. But it's only a maybe, so it's up to you. Try the Discord. Do you have a Discord? I do! You have to redeem a channel point to get in, though. Nintendo Gamer, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. The exclamation point Discord for more information. But we have it private to protect me and all the homies in there. Yes, Moon Courts, you can. It does work that way. I unfortunately yapped so much we have to play another ad. Before we get back to the game. Thank you, DJ Everly. I appreciate you. We have all of our privates. Did I say privates? We love yapping! I did spend like an hour at the beginning of the stream telling you guys all the cool stuff I got from the Pokemon xTarget. Have you seen My Hero Academia? No! I don't have, what's it called, Crunchyroll or whatever? A goofy goober rock! And I printed out the cutest picture from my little camera. You know what? I actually do want to put the little dongle on it. Because I really don't want to, like, drop it.
Lulu Boo 5 send in glove. Lulu Boo 5 send in
Lulu
glove.
Boo!
Lulu Boo 5 send in glove. Lulu Boo 5 send in glove. Lulu Boo 5 send in glove. Lulu Boo 5 send in glove.
Lulu, that's a 2 birthdays? Thank you so much! What the hecky? Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes to add free viewing and your sub badge. I don't get laid till Friday. Brag about it. I'm too single to get laid. Real. Seriously, what the heck? Thank you guys so much for all the resubs. Holy. I did get the Charizard tins and the Perfect Order stuff, yeah. And allegedly there's a Target stuff tonight. I know, this camera's so cute. I tried to get a second one for a giveaway, but they were sold out online by the time I got home. Lulu, seriously, thank you so much. Which Avatar? Avatar Last Airbender? What animes have you watched? Not a lot. I'm not a big anime enjoyer. I really did enjoy Attack on Titan, and I watched the first season of... Fuck. It was a long time ago I watched this. Oh, I tried watching Demon Slayer Hunter or something. I tried watching Demon Slayer. It got so boring so quickly. Pokemon Yu-Gi-Oh! I watched a shit ton on Yu-Gi-Oh! Avatar Last Airbender. I don't know if that counts as an anime. Oh, what is that one anime where that one lady, Soul Eater. So I watched the first season of Soul Eater. There you go. I'll slay your demons. Promise. Oh, good! God, Ezra, hell yeah. You kind of smell like a baka. Aaron Yeager. Everyone say hi, War! War, cat or dog? Because of what you did off stream. Yeah, I'm just not a big anime enjoyer. I'm a very impatient person, and like I have nothing against like animes or how like anime is a very important part of our culture. I'm nothing against animes. They're just it's the 15 episodes of filler. Like I tried watching Dragon Ball. Like I would watch, you know, Dragon Ball, but Jesus fuck, it's the 15 episodes of filler that I can't stand. You'll never catch me alive, cover. Happy Pride, gangsting! No way, Lorcana. I see those at the store all the time. It was really funny, Max. It was really funny. If you watched Game of Thrones, I watched it when it first came out, yeah. I really enjoyed that time I got reincarnated as a slime. I feel like I've heard of that. Have I heard of that before? A Sprigalatito Funko? I love Sprigalatito. Pussy? Yeah, I heard Naruto has a bunch of filler. Filler, I barely knew her. Warisher. Whenever we write into somebody who doesn't know War's name, it's Warisher. And I love it. Warisher. Wait, is this your first time watching it, Lulu? Gang saying I hope so. Worcestershire sauce. Blowing my mind. Yeah, I've heard that too. Also, I did hear that the live action is really good. I saw the live action, like a lot of clips on TikTok, and it makes me really want to watch it. It looks really good, the live action. Worcestershire sauce. Really, War? That's good to know. I really enjoyed Attack on Titan though, and Soul Eater. He's chomping on a box. Really, Lulu? Well, I hope you're enjoying it. It is like you said, a mond fuck. I'm joking. Oh my god, I thought that was a Victor for a second. But it's just a Sable. Oh, Moon. Oh. Have fun with that. It's a Billy, I think, isn't it? Oh no, yeah, gaming commercial. Sorry, guys. It is really good. I did really enjoy the Game of Thrones. Whenever it comes up on my TikTok, like it's always the Chikaris, like the first clip, where she like goes Chikaris and she like frees the slaves or whatever. You said you're on season 5, so that's not a spoiler. It's always gives me chills. I always rewatch that. Pink or purple? I'm gonna do pink. Alexa, turn front basement light pink. Why Sheboygan? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Alright, we're pinked. We're pink! Sorry. I should be paying attention more while I'm in a match against the Billy. Who is he chasing? Okay. No, Moon Quartz, that's why I'll never stop changing that, because of the off chance that I'm going to trigger someone else's ALEXA. I love doing it. Like, if I can have the off chance of triggering someone's ALEXA, I'm going to do it. Oh, hello, love. Would you like me to rub your bum? I love it. Everyone say hi, more! No, I won't. I can't even say that because she'll probably, like, say something. Say something! Say something about giving up on you. Also, I got my conviction up. Yippee! Alright, what kind of kitty cat should we do for war? Oh, I know. I could be super obnoxious. Oh, thank you for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I can see your name. And I appreciate you. Welcome in. Oh, are we lagging out? Is Sable lagging out? Eat a banana Laffy Taffy? Oh, well, I might change what you're holding then. Premium farts? That was my nickname in college. Oh, Dangos! Did you see that I followed her alt account? Wait. I need to know if they're being honest or not, because this is a wild account name. Are there, like, different, like, fart and, like, sounds and inflections, too? Not that one. No, what? Okay, but it was, like, was it a couple weeks ago, Mooncourts? I feel like it was, like, a couple weeks ago, right? Or, like, maybe a month ago. I don't know. Time is weird. I don't understand how time works. No way, Loki. That's so funny. It was earlier this stream? There was one. Yes! So I wanted to say Mooncourt, so someone had a name like you, but I wanted to wait until that person said something. No, I did not know that was you, but I thought of you immediately. But no, I love it. Yeah, as soon as that name followed, I wanted to be like, Mooncourt, it's you! Not knowing that it actually was you. I wonder if you'll come to me or if you'll go to the hook. I hope it comes to me so that the hook is free. Sounds like he is coming to me. No. No, he's not. Damn. Well, this is going to be fun, isn't it? Okay. They're leading him away. I'll get you because you're closer. And then we'll... I think I can get this. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect! He should have committed to the M2. I'm not gonna lie. M? Oh. Yes. Yeah, War is so aggressively into the Pokemon community game. It's so cute, though. You and my brother can exchange notes, because my brother is also very much into it. Only one gen left. Awooga. Is he gonna want me to take a hit for him? I think he's gonna want me to take a hit for him. Because I haven't been hooked yet. So I'm just gonna take this down. Oh! He must have DS or something. He's gotta have DS. Like, that has to be DS, right? It has to be. Or... Okay, that was a flashlight save because the obsession didn't swap. Swap. He's gotta have something up his sleeve. A Nintendo DS, yeah. Swip slot. Click clot. I don't know. What has he got tucked under his sleeve? Or maybe he just wanted out, you know? Who knows? I'm assuming that was DS, though. Because he did, like, flash his flashlight on him, trying to get him to egg him on to take chase. So could, I don't know. Clit clot. Clit clit. I'm like debating, do I stay on the gen? He DC'd. I wonder why. I wonder why. Like, I don't think I fucked up there trying to take, like, a hit for him, right? Like, I don't think I fucked up. I don't know. I think I should stick on this gen, though, right? Because I do this gen, and then I get the unhook. There you go. I don't get the unhook anymore, though. Oh, shit! I thought it was closer. My bad. That was so my bad. I honestly thought I thought the pallet was closer to me. My bad, homie. Oh, man. I think this person dies. That's unfortunate. I'll die for you. Whoa, shit! Alright, I guess I won't die for you. My bad. What's up, Zinka? 11 minutes next Pokemon. You are so cute. Sorry, Dustin. I fear if we had gotten that unhook, we wouldn't have gotten the gens done. Where was the other door? Oh, I found it. How are you? I'm doing all right. I've had a pretty awful weekend. Pretty meh day today, but I'm feeling okay. I was great earlier, and I'm just like, okay. Just okay. How are you doing, though, Zika? Austin. Where are you at, Austin? There you are. I'll go down for you. Because I have conviction, so we'll see if I can do something here. You know what I'm saying? Unless you want me to leave so that you can get Hatch, I'm not sure. Oh, it was for gifting a sub or subscribing to someone while they were playing... Fuck. Pacopia, I think it was? Oh, if that had worked twice in a row, I would have laughed so hard. Oh, don't auto-pick! Oh, that's alright. It's okay if you leave me, by the way. I don't mind. Because I was going to try to take a hit for him anyway. I was going to try to take a hit for you. No. Oh, okay. I was going to say, like, don't... Good girl. Good girl. GG's. Yeah, that was a couple months ago, unfortunately. We did raid someone, though, when it was available. I think it was either YBZ or Mooncore. No! No, it was not. Who did we raid that was doing it? Fuck, we did raid someone who had the badge on. Maybe it was like Earth Debris, maybe? I don't know. I got me some pina colada ice cream? Yeah! Hallelujah! My Twitch freezes only when I'm watching Rootsy's stream. It's so annoying. Like, it doesn't matter who I'm watching. My stream is perfect. But when I'm watching Rootsy's stream, I'm always like a whole minute behind. Like, I could change my settings down to 160p or 480p and it will still like lag every couple seconds. It's so fucking annoying. Oh, it's you too? Twitch bullies me. Maybe it's her maybe it's her bitrate or something. Maybe. I don't know what that would be. Okay, I feel a lot better though, knowing it's not just me. Yeah, every time because everyone I'm watching in Rootsy's or in everyone's stream, Kyle? Oh, on Rootsy's? Damn, I wonder if Rootsy knows that. I'll let her know. Yeah, mine too! You can have it, Raven. You can have it. I'll kiss you on the lips so I can get a little taste of it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Also, good idea in the pink. The pink is super pretty. The coconut plates? Oh, I thought you were talking about the kissing. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Okay, I'm actually really glad that we discovered this. I will let Rootsy know. Ah, Kakray! Alright. So this is Warashirs here. Alright, should I go cute or funny? You guys tell me. Should I be cute or should I be funny on War's Kit? cute or funny? Fight, fight, fight. Geese, geese, geese. How do you get a dog or cat? Tier 3 subs, Ko-Fis, throwing gifts,
Funny.
and 10 plus gifted subbies. Chubby! But if you want a kitty cat on the wall, you get, it's 5 gifted subs. Choopy, thank you for the 20 months. Enjoy your 90, count 'em, your 90 emotes, ad free viewing, and your sub badge. So you know, funny, almond joys. Oh god, I don't know how to draw this.
Hello.
Hello! Thank you for the follow! Welcome in! I hope you're doing amazing. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We do have anonymous follows on, but I see you. And I appreciate you. Welcome in. Man, I don't know how to draw this. You're gonna have to use your imagination. Ghoulishly! Thank you for the forehead kissy. I've never drawn this before, and I didn't look up at I have never drawn this before, and I've never looked at oh my god, I didn't look at a reference photo, so you guys are just gonna have to use your imagination. I gotta say, Lulu Pops, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. But they hate Reese's? Alright. Something, War's eating a banana. But he's, like, really, like, nervous about it, you know? He's like, oh, how will this fit in my mouth? Ooh, banana, banana. Oh, good kitty, good kitty. So cute. Kyle, are you here? Cause I owe you a shot. I think I'm okay to take a shot. If you would like to peek one for me. Or you get to pick a shot, maybe. You can have one on deck. Or if you want to pick one. I can't promise I'll take it today, but if I don't take it today, I'll do it on Wednesday. But your options are 3 olives. Oh, Kyle, you're such a gentleman and a scholar. All right, more. You want one, my dick? On your deck! On deck. 3 olives vodka? Pink Whitney vodka. What's up, JJ? Kraken rum, Malort, tequila reposado, tequila blanco. I think I said Malort. And apple pie moonshine. I didn't open any TCG packs today, but I showed off my Target Pokemon haul. I didn't open any Pokemon cards today, so you didn't miss out. What'd you say? What'd you say, Kyle? Blanco. Blanco. Oh, of the Master Ball, Kickball, the, What the fudge? Thank you. Did you really, Raven? I need those so badly. I need to find those. I need to find those before the scalpers get them all. Oh my god, you just reminded me that I need to go out and shop them. Okay, so Walmart, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Cookie, thank you for the 1,000 titties. What the fudge? Guys, everyone tell Cookie Dough how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. What did I get? Oh, Master Ball, Kickball, Pokeball Towel. Hi, Boo. Butterfree Puzzle. I'm gonna have a YouTube video up. I recorded it, and I'm gonna have it up on YouTube. Because I have my first haul up on YouTube, by the way, if you guys want to see that. The dive ball speaker, the Eevee camera, the Ditto bag charm, the bag and toss and catch, and the Wooter balls. No, because because it would cost like $30 to ship that. And it's egregious. You're so sweet, though. You're so hot and tall and talented. Bye, Max! I hope you get laid. I mean, paid. I'm joking. I'm okay, that's my last time I made a joke. I'm sorry, but it was really funny. It was really funny, Max. Oh my god. Oh my god. Welcome back, Bum Chum. Oh, thank you, Loki. Thank you so much. Yeah, I got a lot of good stuff, JJ. Did you get anything? I want to get laid. Me too, gamer. Me too. Wait, War, did you tell me what liquor word you wanted? Moonshine. Okay, moonshine. I see it. I know how to read. I gotta stop reading the mod chat. The mods are too funny. I can't do it. Oh, guys. All right, chat. Here's a good question. Can we make a poll? Mods, do you mind making a poll? Because it would be really fucking funny. Well, if you could only pick one to happen to you right now, get laid or get paid. You can only pick one. What would you rather have happen to you right now? Get laid or get paid? That's really fucking hard. I'm gonna say get paid, though. Oh, let's just do the poll, do the poll, do the poll. All right, Kyle. Thank you for the Ko-Fi. Can there be a third option? No. But you can abstain from voting, right? You don't want to get paid? I'm such a baby. I hate tequila. Tequila. No, I still taste it. People who like tequila are just built different. Kiyoshi! Kiyoshi, mwah, thank you for the foreign kissy. Sorry, that's some super tequila. Have someone to hold. Oh, that's so cute. I'll allow that. Hi, Timmy! Timmy, I hope you're doing even better. Timmy, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Pig slide, porque no los dos. But you had to pick one. Only pick one. Get laid or get shmoney! I'm gonna say get paid. Because, wait, hold on. What time is it? Is my dad in the chat? No. Okay, I can say this. That's what vibrators are for. Yeah, you go shopping! What do you take shots for? God, 5+ gifted and up. Yeah. But unless Twitch is here, I do it just to celebrate. Peens don't buy me plants. You are so funny. I thought you were trying to say please don't buy me pants, but you're saying penises don't buy you pants. Plants. I want to see Luke Combs. Combs? Why do I feel like I know that name? In Toronto last Friday. It was amazing. My friend I got pit tickets. Ooh, okay. Why do I know that name? Who's Luke Combs? I feel like I've heard that name before. Beans! Oh, so you guys know who that is. I have no idea who that is. Is that like a country singer? Ugh. Yuck. Come here. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. It's a country singer! No way! I am so smart and cultured. Said nobody ever. Do you guys mind if I play an ad before we start this game? Yikes! You guys want to say hi to my cat? The Dixie Chicks? You want to say hi to Jasper? Come here. I just trimmed his nails earlier. On stream. I know. Hi, Jojo. Hi, Jojo. So cute. You're so good. Oh, maybe I should have done your back paws. Hold on. Let me feel them. Girl, let me feel your paws. Hold on. Oh, you're okay. You're okay. Alright, we're gonna play an ad. Ad now to end a game. Oh, thank you. That is good. I made it myself. Oh, you said ad during game? Let me spank that butt. Let me spank that butt. Let me spank that butt. He slaps his face in my face. Get shmoney! Ooh, wow. 10 people voted get money and 6 people voted get laid. You know what? Mazel tov. Hi, Nyquist! Nyquist, you're so hot and tall, talented, and handsome. How was your stream today? Were you streaming today? I was not on Twitch today. I'm a bad friend. Yoink! Everyone tell Nyquist how hot and tall, talented, and handsome he is. Ace gang rise. You're not allowed to have sex if you're asexual. Guys, remember when someone told me that? That I was supposed to be a virgin because I'm asexual, or on the asexual spectrum? Remember that? Because I remember. Oh, I remember. Now I hope you're doing so good. 9 not using his command is honestly like, I should take back that shout out. And he puts in a great show. He even had Dirks Bentley. I know who these people are. My mom loves country, so I know all these like country artists. Cool. I know these people.
You're a bitch.
Oh shit! I don't think you guys heard that. Did you guys hear that? Oh, you did? Oh, good. Okay. I sure did. Damn, I'm so gonna love both your parents. Let's go. You're a bitch. What a good vocal stem. No, we should play it again. I think there's a cooldown. Like, I think even if I did it.
You're a bitch.
Hey! I bypassed the cooldown! I was like, where the fuck is that coming from? Oh, really? Probably not, JJ. Because I don't even own a Switch 2. It's just going to make me sad. Oh my god, this guy's name is Frog. Frog! I love frogs! Wait, do it again? I thought you were a ventriloquist.
You're a bitch.
Love skeleton Sam. Shut up, JJ. Hit me up when they do Majora's Mask. Cause I'm a big Majora's Mask sloot. Every bone like skeleton Sam. Yeah, it's for me it's Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess. Those are my top 3. It's in me top 3. Shaking every bone like skeleton Sam. Yeah, Majora's Mask so good. Zelda 4 Swords, which is the one that goes, it's dangerous to go alone, take this. I remember there was a Minecraft world of that I played on stream before. Boots and Hearts! Boots, Scoot, and Boogie! Rascal Flats! I know these things. I feel like these are like trigger words for me. Like, I know these people. I watched Hannah Montana movie. Oh, I've never seen Hannah Montana. That was the original one. That was, they had a Minecraft world that I streamed, like, back in the day. Like in 2014. Oh my god, Dagos, that was very funny. I just wish I was funny, though. Oh, I have the gold cartridge for either Majora's or Ocarina. One of those. It's in my laundry room, I think. For my Nintendo 64. Well, I don't think I played that one. A Zelda movie? Oh yeah, we know that though. Yeah, we know that though. I'm just waiting for it to be a ghost face, and I'm just gonna get exposed any second now, guys. Oh, I'm working on this gen with Frog! Hi, Frog! Oh, there they are. Who is it? Clown. I never did get to see Brooks and Dunn, Neon Circus, and the Wild West show. So much regret. Was that like a show that they did? The boot, scoot, and boogie. Heel toe, do-si-do. Come on, baby, let's go! Boot, scoot. Guys, I know country song. Every country song that I know is against my decision, against my choice. A Hello Kitty skin? That sounds terrifying, actually. It sounds quite scary. So I was able to get to go backstage. No way, JJ! That's so interesting. Oh, a day? That's very sad. That's very depressing, Cookie Dough. That's so sad. I'm so glad that I already cooked my burgers, and so all I have to do is heat them up in the microwave. I don't have any tomato, though. I'm so sad I don't have any tomato to put on me hot dogs, me burgers. I'm very sad about that. Did you really? Damn, JJ. Oh, really? I'm not sure if I've heard that song, but like the name doesn't spark familiarity to me. But I bet if I heard the song, I'd be like, oh, it's that song. How about some nice crispy bacon? We saved some for you, Mr. Frodo. Put it out, you fools! Put it out! He's checking lockers. How interesting. Oh, that's nice. Ash and my tomatoes. Oh, I love you, Kyle. Conway Twitties? I don't know who that is. Oh, pass. Oh, no. I will not add to the group playlist. You should. I still... You know what? I haven't done my weekly... I have not done my weekly announcement in the Discord of our weekly recap for last week and our weekly what's going on for this week. Like, schedule for this week. I haven't... Because every week on the Discord, I do a weekly recap and a weekly, like, schedule. And I did not do one today. And so I'm thinking I can add the requests for people's music. Holy, that hindered lasted a long time. I could do the requests for people's music in this Discord announcement. Yeah, that's a good idea. Did you really? Yeah, I'm a big Lord of the Rings enjoyer. I have all 12 hours of the extended editions memorized, including the Elvish. Because I'm super cool. And I had a lot of friends growing up. Joke's on me, I don't have any friends. Except for my online friends, which my dad thinks are fake. Oh no! I kind of listen to anything, and I mean that, like, truly. Like, I'll listen to anything. At the moment, I've been listening to a lot of Ghost. Ghost is what I've been listening to a lot of recently. But I'll literally listen to anything. My mom is, like, the biggest Garth Brooks fan. That is her #1. How do you feel about songs that make you feel something? Yeah, I love songs that make me feel something. I like to be able to sing. I love show tune songs, like Greatest Showman, Moulin Rouge. I love show tunes. Like, I fucking love show tunes. Cookie Dough, do you want me to take a shot? I'll take a shot for you.
No, don't tell me. I'll let my imagination fill in the gaps.
Cookie Dough. Cookie Dough. Cookie Dough. Cookie Dough. Thank you so much for the 500 biddies. Enjoy your 90 emotes ad reviewed in your sub badge is what I was gonna say, and it was like my dumb ass like can't figure out the difference between bits and subs. Nice, Fungmin, nice. Just kidding. Looks like she had that. Oh, well, if you get into the Discord, there's a music suggestion page in the Discord. Because that's the only way you'll be able to message me. Well, not message me, but to contact me. Oh, that's right, Mafra. Mafra is like... I saw she was like on something, like on like a show recently. Okay, these guys seem to be like goobering around. I'm gonna let them goober, and I'm just gonna do gens because I think it's a 3-stack. We do refund the channel points too. We do refund the channel points. Use the channel point redeem, and then we'll get you an invite. There's a pallet there, so the Fungmin is kind of a juicer, so she should be fine. I would like to heal somebody. Yes, let me heal you. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay, he's good. He's good. He's good. Let me heal you. Oh, you're so close! Oh, like 10 seconds. Oh, sorry! Sorry! I'm so sorry, Angel! I was not paying attention. I didn't know he walked away from me. JJ, I'll get that for you in a second. Okay, I finished healing Frog. Oh my god, I love his username! I love frogs! Yeah, I'll get it to you after this game.
I owe you one.
JJ! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissu. Oh, you got it? War, thank you! W Warish here. I'm joking. Ooh! Oh, that was Pop Goes the Weasel AF, right? Oh, he didn't want me. Okay. I already have Conviction up. I'll let them do the heal, so I'll just do this gen. Tom! Tom, I love you. I love frogs! Shut up. Wait, hold on. What is this emote? Well, okay, what does he got in his hand? Is he, like, drinking something? What is that? Hi, Banana Bell! Everybody say hi, Banana Bell. I love frogs so much. Frogs make me so happy. Oh, your Twitch whispers, JJ. I love you more? No, I love you moist. Got his ass. Pop. Why me? What did I do? I'm joking. Let's run away from the gen. No, he really wants that gen. Alright, well, let's find a different gen to do. There we go. Which one? I hate me! Why moist? Because it's funny and it makes people uncomfortable. Wait, cotton candy? Yum! Yum, yum, yum. Wait, Dagos, which one? Because I repost a lot. Because I've been reposting some silly things recently. Poops. Poops and goops. Among Us is so yummy. You're yummy. What? Ugh. Yum. Okay, we're all on gens, but I'm not hooked. I'll gladly trade. I think with Overcome, I should be able to make it to the trade. Yeah, I think Overcome will get me to the trade, so I'm good. So if they stay on that gen, we get all the gens done. Frog is saved. Oh, I keep healing myself. Okay, good. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, Overcome is so goated. Are you going away this weekend too? No, I'm not going to the DBD party. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. I'm not going to the DBD party. I can afford it. Are you going, Healy? Frog repost. Which one was it? I'm sorry, Dagos. I don't remember. Oh yeah, because you're going to Japan. Okay, I think I actually asked you this question already. All right, if he comes, I'm taking the hit. That guy, I'm taking the hit for you. That guy, I'm taking the hit for you. Oh, there's a pallet. We're good. Oh, I was about to wait for my Overcome to come back, and it didn't come back because I'm a bad girl. That's right. Because the gen's about to pop. And then here comes Noed. I'm joking. I'm still haven't been hooked yet, so it's really good that I'm the one that's being chased right now. Oh, why are you so fast? Why you come fast? Holy fast! Is that... That couldn't be, right? Mods, yeah. Make it happen. Absolutely. Make that happen. Make that go away. Thank you. Can we also add a mod comment, please? Por favor? Just so that we remember why. Por favor, thank you. Guys, tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. I love my mods so much. I keep saying try again, not let me in after I accepted. I can get you a new one. Mods are great. Mods are so hot. And, Nye, thank you. Whoa. Oh, should I have taken a hit? Oh, we're good. Was anyone paying attention where the doors were? I wasn't. I was reading the mod chat. So, I don't think a door has been opened yet, and I'm just, like, running. Oh, a door's 99! Girly pops! Well, hopefully you guys are good, because I'm leaving. Oh, shit. Shit, what do I do? Yes, I do have conviction. So, that's fine, because I'm only on, this only, oh, that's actually, why would he pick me? Oh, that's perfect. Because I'm not on Death Hook. And I have conviction. And I have Soul Guard. We're good. We're good. We're out. We're out. We're out, because I have conviction and Soul Guard. I'm good. Bye-bye. I'm letting him hit me. There you go. No way! No way, goated! No way! Oh, man. Oh, Fugman has to get out, because even if she gets hit, huge value. Conviction stays on during sex. Beast! Shut up! Did Beast just call me the GOAT? Because I swear to God, I'm going to end stream right now, because I've peaked. I've peaked. If Beast just called me the GOAT, I swear to God, I'll end stream right now. Listen here, buddy. Listen here, son. You're like, oh my God! Bravo Penguin! Bravo Penguin asked for a forehead kissy 3 minutes ago, and I Donawalled her. Thank you for the forehead kissy, Bravo Penguin. I love you. Sorry to relate a burp. Thank you for the shout out for Beeswax! Also, Fire King. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Alright. Let's... Oh, someone got into the Discord. JJ, if your name is Joel, you're in the Discord. You made it. You've made it. Like skeleton Sam. Okay, cool. Then we're Gucci. Yeah, bees get shitted on. Oh shit, I mean get loved on. Hi, Bravo Penguin! Bravo Penguin, you want to kiss and make out right now? The Freudian slip! Yeah, get fucked. Get absolutely fucked. We do refund channel points, and I'm sure the mods already refunded it. If not, we will refund channel points for Discord invites. Did you have Malort today? Only one shot. I've had 1 shot of 3 Olives Vodka, 1 shot of Kraken Rum, 1 shot of Malort, and 2 shots of Tequila Blanco. Mods, I got it. I got it. I'm already here. I got it, mods. I got it, mods. Me! I want to do it! Did you guys hear that? Scary ass ghost. Alright, I'm sending you a whispered banana bell. Alright, and refunded. You gotta go shower? Yeah, go shower, Stinky. Would you drink some Malort, Tom, for me? Really? You know what? Next time I go to my liquor store, I'll get some rum shata, because that sounds delicious, Heatley. Wait, do you want me to do another shot of Malort? Wait, share? Wait, what are we sharing? Oh, I have to do... War said I have to do moonshine. But I can't take a shot of it. I have to do, get shit on more. Get shit on. I did it first. I have to like to drink it out of the bottle because it's like such a bitch to pour. You got your shower earlier? I think God, Stinky. What did you give me a drink? Oh my God, that was Malort. I'm so sorry. I can't remember who I gave it to. I gave it to a lot of people. Look, and we all lived, okay? Jepson's Malort. So I go to the Malort Claw. I go to the Malort Crawl with my brother every year, and this year's Malort Crawl was probably my favorite that we've been to, and they actually gave us like free gubbins. We get a t-shirt every year. But we also got this shut up, Heatley! See, GP. Fuck! Joopy gets me. It does. I just didn't shake it. They give us a sticker. So this is what Malort tastes like. If shut up, it's not Dig Dog. It's from Undertale, obviously. So you're gonna get punished. Do you want to get punished? Do you want to go to the bad kitten corner? Thank you for the 1,500 bits! I'm gonna get you another kitty or a doggy. Cookie, no, pick a cat or dog! If shag carpet could be juiced, that is what Malort tastes like. And they also gave us a Malort sticker and a Malort tattoo and a lot of like really hot Chicagoan babes were putting it like right on their like tramp stamp. Best day of my life. Best day of my life. A girl did call me pretty there. And then a lot of guys were talking to me about my Mortal Kombat shirt because I was wearing my Mortal Kombat movie shirt that I got for free. Thanks, Mortal Kombat. And a lot of fucking nerds were coming to talk to me about my shirt. I was like, I'm into women. Happy Pride. I'm kidding! I can do that. Alright, I have to go pee. Do you guys mind? And if an oil refinery could be juiced. Whatever, Healy. You're such a hater. Hi, Dragon! Dragon, how are you doing? Are you home from work? JJ, go to bed! You don't need to keep showing Malort stuff. You're so funny. Alright, this shot is for... Panicino! Okay, I'm sorry. You're Italian now. I don't know if you are Italian, but you are now. Even got my Italian horn for you. Panicino! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, Ben! What's up? Hi, Queers and Spears! Oh my gosh, welcome in. How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders! We're about to take a shot of apple pie moonshine. Oh, W Jim? Okay. Yo, Panicino! Welcome in. How was your stream? Also, Queers and Spears. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead, QC. Hello! Welcome in! Tom does love bunnies. I was at my brother's house the other day, and I took a video for Tom of their bunnies. What's up, Samuel? Samuel, welcome in. Oof, this smells so good. Cheers. Apple pie moonshine. What were you up to, Panicino? So that's not as bad. Who doesn't love bunnies? Yeah, my brother and my sister-in-law have 3 bunnies. Stezzy! No, that's this one. It's apple pie moonshine! How could you? Now you made Stezzy, now you got me self-conscious. I'm never drinking this on stream ever again. You're playing Mass Effect? Shut up. For the first time? Or like replaying? No, you want to talk about little balls of attitude? This is little balls of attitude. Actually, big balls of attitude. He's big. Dog or cat, Dragon? Dog or cat treats? Jasper, because he deserves one. Does he deserve one? Does he? Jasper, do you deserve treats? Okay. Get off. Get off. Get off. Get off. Oh, or stay. Okay. Whatever you want. You're the man of the house. Ooh, okay, girly pop that fell in a very unfortunate spot. All right, come here. Up. Oh, no, sweetheart. All the way up. There you go. He's just a baby. Mira, do you want him? First time Mass Effect? No way. Are you loving it? Have you ever played Dragon Age? Oh, L phones. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Guys, everybody go follow Panicino! Thank you so much for the raid, seriously. Hi, Vicky. Did you know that I'm gonna kiss you on the lips? Happy Pride! Drink water. You know what? Hydrate or drown. I will do that. Thank you guys so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see each and every one of you, and I'm so grateful. Thank you guys so much. Do you guys want to see a raid trailer? Lexi, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissing. Also, Vicky, no you. Guys, pick a number between 1 through 5. 1 through 5. 4. You're my favorite.
Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is the music like this?
I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry.
It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands.
By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? Happy Pride! Hydrate or die straight, on God. Everybody go follow Bunny Chino! Bunny Chino and friends. If you need to go raid and run, do not feel bad by doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nammies, and babbies. Go eco, beagle, boo, go stretch, go drink. If you guys are new here, welcome in. My name is PixelxKitten. I am a variety streamer. I play whatever the French toast I feel like, but I kind of follow where the Twitch drops are. So if I own a game and there's Twitch drops available, like especially like Twitch badges, I'm gonna be playing that game because I'm a Twitch drop slut. Anyways, I'm also a DBD creator. Yippee! And I also have 3 cats and 2 dogs. I have a meow 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 and a woof woof. You already met one of my kitties. And then that's 50% of my dog population. Woo! Good morning! Good morning! Oh, good morning! Oh, muffin top. So cute! Oh, good morning! I'm sorry. I just wanted you for content. You can go back to bed now. Oh, you want to say hello? Okay, that's fine. We can say hello. You want to say hello? Watch your head. All right, we're man spreading. All right, we just covered that up. Here's my dog. His name is Boo. Also, hydrate or drown. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. You smell so good. I know you. Okay, but yes, you can. He loves people. He loves people. Mother dog, not so much. Mother dog will eat you, but this one will love you. I love you! Oh, girl. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh my god, my face is so wet right now. He's so cute. I love him so much. Oh, do your thing. Do your thing, Dragon. Drive safe. All right. What kind of kitty cat should we do for cookie dough? And then after this, I'm gonna go pee. Boo's so cute, almost as cute as you are, Mira. A cookie cat? I did. We actually did do a cookie dog for cookie dough. So. And I had to write woof on it because I made it look like a cat. So, great idea. But we already did it. What should we do for cookie dough? We can do... Cookie dough, what's your zodiac sign? Like, are you a Gemini? A Scorpio? Pisces? Aquarius? What are you? Excuse me. Sorry. I've been capitalized. I've had 6 shots tonight. Yikes! I know. Disgusting. What else can we do? I don't know. I kind of want to do the Zodiac. But after we do this, I'm going to go pee, though, because Yo, Goyle's been drinking a lot of liqueurs. I've stopped counting shots. Really? So what have you been drinking, Mira? Like, what kind of liqueurs have you been drinking? This emote is so cute, Hydrate. Oh, it's Bunny Cheetos emote! What if you did a cat eating a cookie? I can't do it wearing a hat because, like, I'm only limited to, like, the shape of the cat. Oh, shut up, Mira. That sounds delicious. But eating a cat... eating a cookie. Eating a cookie sounds cute. Alright, let's do eating a cookie. Oh, and the cat is, like, super happy about it because who wouldn't be happy about eating a cookie? Oh my god, it's so cute! Oh. Oh my god. You're a Virgo? A hairdresser and you love books. Shut up. Oh, there's my other dog, by the way. Who will eat you? Right, Charlie? He's really reactive and very protective of me. So, he will eat any human that comes near me. Like, even my dad. He loves my dad. But if I'm sitting on the couch downstairs in my dad's house, and, like, if he's sitting in my lap, because he has to sit in my lap, I can wonder if he'll do it. Charlie, I wonder. Every time I sit on the floor, he has to sit on my lap. He's just such a lap dog. But anytime I sit on the floor, which happens a lot because I'm autistic, and sometimes I get overwhelmed, and I'll just like sit on the floor and start crying. Whatever. All right. Up. Oh, is this scaring you? This might be scaring you. I'm sorry. But like every time I sit on the floor, he sits in my lap. He's such a mama's boy, I think is the best thing to describe him. He's such a mama's boy. And I heard books. And yeah, if he's sitting in my lap at my parents' house and my dad like comes downstairs or something, and like he'll go to like sit in the couch, my dog will like go like rah, 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 rah. It's so cute. I was like, he's protecting me. Wolf of the Imperium, ahoo! Is that the hottest, tallest, handsomest, favoritist, bestest person, and my favorite person in this entire room right now, Wolf of the Imperium? Have a good night, Hydrate or Drown! And thank you so much for the hydrate reminders. I really appreciate that. Hi, buds! Ahoo! I love your badge, your wholesome direct. I want it. And I'm mad that I don't have it. Oh. Cookie dough, I have your kitty cat. It's a Virgo kitty, and she's eating a cookie. Yum, 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 yum. Have a good night, Bunny Chino! Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you have the best rest of your night ever. Seriously, everyone go follow Bunny Chino! And thank you, seriously, so much. I hope you have the best time playing your, Mass Effect, truly. Also, Wolf. Mwah, thank you for the 4 I can't see. Oh my god. How am I already running out of room? Alright. Do you guys mind if I go piss, girl? I'm a Libra. What are you guys? Alright, I'm gonna go pee. And while I'm peeing, I will play an ad, and I'll be right back. Yeah,
You're dead, though.
You're dead! You guys are assuming I'm gonna get caught.
You right? You right?
Jervs has me. Or J-Bug's coming. Both of them! We might have to run. Oh! Let's go! I take the hit. W.
I can't believe my eyes. I must be dreaming. Wake up, Jack. This isn't fair. What's this?
See. Okay. I'm gonna run right to the boon. May thanks. Okay, she hits the gen. I do have Brazil. Ah, no, we gotta go, we gotta go. Alright, he's checking there. Oh, there she is. Oh, J-Bug with the big body blocks. There we go. Medium vault, that's fine. I don't need it. Nice. Nice. Yo, J-Bug with the big body blocks. Yo, let's go. Whew. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Whew. Let's go! Let's go! Honestly, this boon is so great. Your boon is so good. Oh god, Circle Pit is just so good.
Thank you. Too bad they're banned during the tourney.
Yeah. It's just like that aura reading, or just like knowing that someone's there is so good. Oh. Ay. That's alright. She's gotta break that pallet, yeah. Should I make this? I'm gonna just do it for distance. I have a gift for you guys, but it's not gonna last long. This is Balthazar. It's not gonna last long. I really hope Tom is here. He's gonna run away. He's already trying to run away from me. But, alright, I'm gonna let him go. But hi, this is Balthazar. He's really scared. Okay. No, boo, no. Leave him alone. Okay. Run, Balthazar! Run! He was just sitting in his gay bed, the one that I tweeted about. And I was like, I was gonna grab Midnight for you guys. She's my black cat. But Balthazar is never shown on stream because he comes down to my basement, but only when I'm not streaming because I'm loud as fuck when I'm streaming. So, also Wolf of the Imperium. Thank you for converting your Prime to a tier 1. What the fuck? Thank you so much! Also, Do Good. Mwah, Canary. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. He's very timid, yeah. Whenever someone comes to, like, over to my house, he runs away. Oh, I forgot to turn off my light. Hold on. Oh, Dawn? Okay. My stairwell light was on. But yeah, but Do Good. I hope you're doing so good, Canary. You too. Hold on to. I'm joking. But yeah. What's up, Kodiak Attack? Happy Monday/Tuesday, everybody. Should we play some more DBD? Wait, Cookie Dough. Cookie Dough, you gonna pick another shot for me, baby Goyle? And his wiggle. Oh my god, Destiny. He has the most wiggly butt. Boo. Boo. Show me your wiggly butt. Show me your wiggle butt. Show me wiggle. Show me wiggle. Pa. Pa. No, pa. Pa. Yippee! Oh, best dog ever! Best doggy ever! Best dog ever! Wiggles! Oh, Wiggles! Wow! What are you gonna do? Wow! Wow! You boo boo boo! I you boo boo! Mwah! Okay. You got the wiggliest butt. Oh, what level set are you doing, Kodiak? I love his armpits. I'm such a weird goyle. Like, I love dog armpits. Armpits are so soft. Like, dog armpits. I'm not like a freak. Like, dog armpits are so soft. All rise to Lady Gaga national anthem. R2D2, shut up, like a full size R2D2. Hi, Puppy Zero. Puppy Zero, here's my puppy. All right, go ahead. It's his birthday in 1 week. He turns 4 in 1 week. How old are you? Bark, 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 bark. Oh, good boy. He turns 4. Do they really, Destiny? The Fruit Loops what? The Fruit Loops what again? Is it really? Kodiak, that sounds dope. Also, puppy. Mwah. 69! Let's go! Yeah. Well, he's also mad because his brother's in his bed, too. So, he's not happy about that. Good boy. Good boy, Muffin. Good boy, Muffin. Hi, Sasha Bunny! Sasha Bunny! Mwah. Everyone say, Sasha Bunny, how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. Alright, this is my last shot. Alright? It's my last shot, I promise. Shut up! Slasher, how sophisticated. Can't relate. I've had quite the smorgasbord of drinks tonight. But I do have hamburgers that I cooked yesterday. And I just got buns delivered today. Kodiak, you can't prove that. I did get some burger buns delivered today, so. Another shot, Shadow! Oh, I would love an espresso martini. It sounds amazing, doesn't it? Damn. Alright. I had girl dinner. What the fuck is girl dinner? Just coffee? Jay, did you actually eat? And he's so cute. I love him. Charlie is like the best thing that's ever happened to me. L'chaim, salud, bonjour. I don't remember. What was it in French? I don't remember. Skull. Oh, that's a good screenshot. Thank you. Oh man. Oh, liquor. Oh, thank you guys so much for being here. Remember when I told you guys I was gonna upload a YouTube video like 3 days ago? 4 days ago? Fuck, 5 days ago? Okay, I'm gonna upload one tomorrow, I promise. Cookie dough! Is that the cookie dough? The hottest, the tallest, the handsomest, the most amazing, and my favorite person in this entire room right now? That cookie dough? Cookie dough, I have a very important question for you. What is your flavor of cookie dough of choice? Oh, Jade, that's me when I'm high. That's me when I'm high. I did that on Saturday. Yikes. That's so funny. Is this not the cutest skin ever? Wait, hold on. Oh, actually, no, we will stay ready up because it's a minute, yeah. So this is the, it's no. Here we go. Cats and geckos! And it's so cute. I want to do my hair like this. Welcome back, not stinky. Me too, Sasha Bunny. Me too. Welcome back, Bubble Penguin. Yeah, it's just so cute. And I've been playing oh my god, I just realized she's got like a little lizard charm. So it's like you have 3 charms and you have a fourth, a mystery 4th charm too. So cute. Welcome back, Escape. Watch the shiny come through. I hope so. Do you have any shinies yet, Warp? With her Iron Maiden short. Iron Maiden. And bloody hair. Oh, okay. Well. Princess Bubble Penguincina. No shinies yet? Yeah. Check out my, my shiny Clefairy. Do you really, Sasha Bunny? Hell yeah. It's like math. Present ass. I'm joking. I'm so sorry. I've been drinking. I cannot wait for. I'm joking. I can't wait for my burgers tonight, guys. Oh, I can't wait. Wait, what'd you send me? I forgot. I already forgot, Destiny. Thanks so much for hanging out with me, guys. I miss you guys so much this weekend. And I'm seriously so bummed I couldn't stream yesterday on 6-7. Bravo Penguins like me next. I'm joking. A bad... Oh, that's right, Booty! Oh, I love What are your burger toppings? Well, if I had them, it would be onion and tomato. But I don't have onions or tomato, so it's just gonna be fucking ketchup. Because I don't have onions or tomato. I'm very sad about it. Oh my god, it's an Evan McGumillan. What did you do to Mira? I certainly haven't wanted to play with me now. Wait, what did you buy? Raw dog and a burger? Listen, do you know how much tomatoes cost? Expensive shit. I'm very sad about it. What did Spades do to you, Mira? This is a safe space. What did Spades do to you? I'll protect. Shoot me, if you just want to make out, you just have to tell me. Whoa! Oh my god, I love tomatoes. Okay. You next? I'm joking. I'm sorry. I'm so... Kodiak? I just got eggs. I literally just bought eggs. Are you kidding me? Absolutely. Yes. That. Yellow Belly! Yellow Belly, thank you so much for the raid! Everyone go tell Yellow Belly how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. How was your stream, Yellow Belly? I'm Joopy. Joopy, thank you for gifting a sub to Botanical Tomes, Sharkbait, Liz, Zerd, OK Feeds, and Velour Moon. Joopy, I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple?
Lizard.
Oh, for Sable, green. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yellow Belly, how are you, sweet angel? What did you... Wait, were you doing some, like, indie games? What were you doing? Yeah, Fortnite, we're about to get down. Guys, I've known Yellow Belly for, like, one of the, like, I've known Yellow Belly. Well, Yellow Belly's, like, one of the people... Oh, my God, I'm gonna try that again. Is one of the people I've known the longest on Twitch. So you guys need to go follow them and tell them how hot and tall and handsome they are. Luffy, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Hi, Danny. 10 kissies, damn. Aw, that's alright, Luffy. I've been drinking. Oh my god, 77, no way! Oh, that's awesome. You know what's so funny, Yellow Belly? I actually played just one quick round of Spy Fox and Dry Cereal the other day offline, and I thought of you. War, thank you for giving us up to Wolfman. Na 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 na. Wolfman, Crazy Crow, what the fudge? Thank you for the 100 bits for 10 minutes. Man, I can't even count to 10. Holy, what is happening? Everybody go follow Yellow Belly. Yellow Belly, please make sure you get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Yeah, whenever I think of, like anything, what was it, the exclamation point entertainment or whatever it's called, the HE entertainment, like that, and the putt and Pajama Sam, I think of you. 24 games. Holy shit, I was crazy once, put me in a room. I rub a room full of rats. But thank you guys very much for the hype train. Joopy, I'm gonna take a shot for you. I'm not even gonna ask what you want. I know what you want. Oh, we go, you don't go, drink. Thank you, Bravo Penguin. 24 games is insane. My top 3 cookie dough choices: chocolate chip OG, awesome, peanut butter, yum, and mint. What? Okay. I'm gonna end stream. What if I just ended stream right now? Shadowhawk! Shadowhawk, I'm a bad influence. I'm a bad influence on you guys. I've never known. Slasher Buddy, I'm gonna kiss you on the lips. Thank you for getting this up to Immortal Soul Hacks, Good Guy Ray, ow, Zach, Rum Hainfell, and Sharon Coins. What is happening? What actually, okay, so I'm gonna need to take a breather or something, because what is actually happening? Thank you for the 1,000 bits. It was that Bravo Pet or Rootsy with 100 bits? What is happening? Thank you so much. Sasha Buddy, I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple? Oh, that's right, the emotes. Do you have Georgie yet? Bravo, Penguin. Thank you for giving us up to Deadly Sunred. Purple. Perfect. Holy shit. See, this is why we do gaming or just chatting with gaming commercials, because you guys are so hot. Have a good night, Yellow Belly. Everyone tell Yellow Belly how hot and talented and handsome you are. Seriously. Excuse me. Thank you so much for the raid, Yellow Belly, from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. I love you so much. Yellow Belly, there is something that I need to give you. It's not big, but I think you deserve it. Yeah. Also, thank you for the follow! Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Oh my god, look at you spinning. You're goated. You're goated. But Yellow Belly, hope you have the best night ever. It is so long overdue, Yellow Belly. Truly. So long. So long, farewell, I'll be the second night. Flashlight. Oh, she doesn't have a flashlight. Oh, well. Bye-bye. What happened? Thank you so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on. My last green pussy. Don't worry, I think I have
Something
one.
more private in mind, no? No, don't tell me. I'll let my imagination fill in the gaps.
Alright, I'm gonna end stream. What if I just end stream? Guys, it's a Monday.
Hello?
Chill on it! Excuse me, puppy. GG's! I'm leaving before I get yelled at for leaving. Jay, thank you for giving us up to Cheerio! What is happening? I'm gonna have an aneurysm. It is a Monday. Filthy! Oh, no, you only have 62 more to go. Are you licking your butt? Stop. Freak? Did you really, Shadowhawk? Rookie numbers. Nice! So anyways, Joopy, I gotta get Joopy's pushy, and then I gotta get Slasher Buddies a pussy. Thank you guys so much for all the bits and the subs. I don't know what to say. You guys gotta just stop, cause I'm gonna get like, what's my heart rate at? Wait, how do I check my heart rate? I forgot. Is it just click? It's a 106! 106! Oh, 101. Okay, but it wasn't 106. You deserve it? Oh, so you want to, like... Happy Pride. I'm joking. Droopy? Milk. Hello? Jay! Jay, I think we're gifted another sub to Yellow Belly Fox. Alright. Stop it. Don't be nice to me, Okum. Oh, Droopy, your kitty cat is so cute. Oh, pooh. Pooh. Alright. Droopy, day or night? Gender fluid druid. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Very important question. Day or night? Night? Perfect. Oh, so cute! Slasher Bun Bun. I should have known not to give in. I should have known not to give in. Slasher Bunny, are you here? I need to know day or night. A Melodol! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. A Melodol, happy Tuesday, lovely. Oh my god, Jasper, you scared the French toast sticks out of me. Hi, Muffet! He just put his arms on me like a weird boy. Weird boy. Hope you're doing good, DPG. I'm doing alright. I had a pretty rough weekend. I canceled my stream on Saturday and on Sunday because of really aggressive anxiety. Slept for like almost 24 hours straight. Jasper, I know, I love you too. He keeps putting his hand, he keeps putting his paw on my leg like this while he's laying down and loafing. And I only got up the past like 20. Girl, okay, you want me to take a picture because it's so cute. No, don't get shy. Put your paw back. Okay, all right. Don't worry, I'm ready. I only got up to walk my dogs and to feed them. But besides that, I had I'm okay. But this weekend it was like, oh, don't be shy. As soon as I whip up the camera, he's not doing it. Have a good night, Moon Courts. Everyone tell Moon Courts how hot and talented and handsome they are. Moon, I hope you have the best night ever. When's your next stream? You don't have to tell us if you don't want to. But when's your next stream? Guys, what do you think of Slasher Buddy? Is Slasher Buddy like a day or a night gamer? I feel like Slasher Buddy's a night gamer. What do you guys think? You love it when Orbit does that? It's so fucking cute. Thank you for the level. 500! Okay, did you get your Georgie emo? I need to know. Tomorrow! Last stream for my donathon on Saturday. Shut up. Oh. Hi, Tonks. Tonks. Meow. Meow. So cute. Georgie. Oh, they're on their way. Okay, did you get it yet? Did you get it, Rosie? Then you guys are level 5 Hive Train. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's a cute emote, I guess. It is a cute emote. But it's no Georgie March. Oh, you too! That's right, I'll spam for you, Rootsy. You can have my login, you can spam it for you. Alright. Oh, Bravo Penguin got the serval! Serval bop. Bop. Alright. So, Slasher Buddy and Joopy, you guys are lovers. Apparently, because I made you guys lovers. I've actually done this before with Warren Bravo Penguin. Do you like Pixels chatting? He did it again. He did it again. Hold on. Don't move, Jasper. Oh my god. Alright. Do you see Jasper just putting his arm on my leg? He's doing that right now. Oh my god, that's what he's doing right now. He's such a fucking weirdo. Anywho. So here's Joopy and Slasher Bunny with their matching necklaces. I'm sorry. Not the fanfics. Anywho, thank you guys very much for the 5 gift subs. Shut up. A Melodel, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Pixel, you need help. That does look like he's saying. It looks like he's like, sweetie, calm down. No. You're so cute. So cute. I can't. Oh my god, Charlie's still here too? So cute. So cute. And Boo is just mad because Charlie's in a spot. Oh my god, what is this emote? Stompy? Oh, it'll work. It'll work. Mother. We need to talk. Whatever, haters. Alright, I'm gonna take my last shot. My last shot. Cross my heart. Hope to die. Stick a needle in my butt. Like, last shot. Loki, I have never lied about this ever. I've never lied about this ever. Sparkle, sparkle. No, Kodiak, I was really hoping you weren't still here. Damn it. Oh, it's from, okay, Maya, right? Someone said Sparkly Malort. Yeah, sure. Sparkle, sparkle. All I see are a bunch of haters. I think this is like my 7th shot though, so this gotta be my last one. Although I am really, with every shot that I have, the more excited I am for these burgers. And what was it, Kodiak? You suggested the fried egg, right? Oh, Jojo has graced us with his presence. Oh, really? I do need to see that, Jade. Yeah, I will do the egg, because I actually, the best burger that I've ever had in my entire life is an egg avocado burger that I had when I used to work at my old job, at one of the locations in my old job, and it was like across like the busiest street in the world, but they would like walk their our orders to us, to the girls that were like that ordered the burger or the food, and I had this like fried egg avocado burger, and it was the most amazing burger I've ever had in my entire life. So I'll try to replicate that. It's the first shot of the day. You heard of her first. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in, Bongo Lizard. I love your name. Can we get some lizards in chat for Bongo Lizard? As many lizards as you want. Bestie! Hi, Bestie. I love the name. Any lizards in chat? Lizard. L'chaim salud. Oh my god. Space will get it. Don't worry. I'll know when they get it. I won't even have to look. I'll just know. I'll hear it. There it is. Oh, never mind. Mira!
Lizard.
I need the water. I need the water. Mira stole my lizard. Okay. Uh-huh.
Lizard.
Yes! Yes, Bongo! Yes! This is my favorite stream ever. I wish that worked for, but only once. Look at what you've done, Bongo!
Lizard.
It's my favorite stream ever, Bubble.
Lizard.
What did I do?
Lizard.
It's gonna be you always. I've only turned it off once in my entire streaming career. I do have to play an ad. I do have to. I do. I don't play an ad. Ad now, no ad in games. I am gonna play a game of Dead by Daylight. I promise. This is a Dead by Daylight stream. I promise. I know, weird, right? I'm gonna play an ad now, no ad in game. Hi, Mad-Eye! Mad-Eye, you're so hot and tall, talented, and handsome. Mad-Eye, mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissing. Everyone say hi, Mad-Eye. Mad-Eye, I've been drinking. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Leon, how are you feeling, by the way?
Thank you, the damn thing.
Lizard.
Uvu! Uvu, thank you so much for the Prime. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. And Jupy, thank you for giving a sub to Bongo. Lizard. Bongo, enjoy your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Is that a Slowpoke sticker? Where? Oh! So this was from the first Pokemon xTarget release, where they had, like, mystery water Pokemon water bottles, and I got 2 of them. I got a Slowpoke one and a Squirtle one, but the Squirtle one's up in my bedroom. Shadowhawk, do it! Do it. So this is it was one of the mystery water bottles that I got. It was a Slowpoke. I opened it live on stream too. It was super fun. That YouTube video should be on my YouTube, by the way. I opened up. Oh no, the Slowpoke wasn't live on stream. The Squirtle was live on stream. The Squirtle the Slowpoke I opened at my sister-in-law's house. But But yeah, Squirtle's my, I don't know. Oh my god. I was gonna say, it's like, I kind of want to move the Squirtle downstairs, but, people think that I'm drinking pee-pee out of this. I blame Rootsy, by the way, because it has a yellow tint to the water bottle, and so now it's just kind of like a meme. Did you really, Dangos? Well, the 5 follow alerts I don't count. I'll have to double check. I might have to double check Dangos, but I don't count the 5 follow alerts, because those are, like, without the subbing, right? So, pee-pee! Oh, okay, I don't think I should drink any more shots. Any shots are gonna be banked for next stream, which we have one for Slasher Bunny, by the way. The 1% brat is crazy, Loki. You of all people. Destiny! Wait, who has the biggest PP of the day? Who's been keeping track? Because I haven't. Wait, what's my PP? It better be 69 or I'm leaving. I'll take it. Enjoy my big fucking schlong, gamers. I'm sorry. Oh, gender fluid. I'm so sorry. You're there's a timer. It's like a 5-second timer. I never get this map. Oh, how exciting, lovies. No way, another spring trap. Why have I been blessed so much this day that this is my 3rd spring trap. 99% bratty. See, Destiny, that'll believe. See, that's not fake news. The 1% brat that Loki had was fake news. You know what I'm saying? Alright, I ain't gonna lie. This is my last shot. I'm feeling topsy-turvy a little bit. Oh, wait, which tiger? 97% vibe? Really? Are you feeling alright, Daniels? You feeling good? 97%? Delta 9? Wait. Shut up. Wait, are you telling me to take a Delta 9? Okay. Trust my arm. But, again, Uvu, thank you for the Prime sub. Juby, thank you so much for getting the sub. I don't know about you, my peepee's 22. 98% Pratt. Oh my god. Mazel tov. Holy. 13 inches? Respectable. That would hurt, I'm thinking. Sorry, there is a cooldown, guys. I'm so sorry. Alice. Why do I feel like I keep getting put in with 3 stacks, by the way. Tom. Wait, hold on. We can talk about this. Oh my. Bye, have a beautiful time. Well, damn. Yo, Kita's a button. Oh. Wait, what did Mira get? You really beat me by 1 inch? 69? Okay, what is happening here? So, wait, so Mira had beat me by 1 inch. Whoa! Bongo Lizard, you make me so happy. Oh my god. I never had big BB. I had 65 inches until Mira took my throne away. Wait, who had 1 inch? Oh shit, I did not mean to do that. I dropped my med kit because I'm a little schloopy little goober. Ah, shit nipples. Oh, God. I'm so sloppy. Sloppy woppy. Whoa! Oh my god, I almost peed. Oh, thank god I have, like, amazing Kegel muscles. Holy shit. Oh, thank god my Kegels are so incredible.
Lizard.
Oh, never mind. That scream. I've never screamed once in my life, by the way. 2% bratty? Yeah, re-roll that. Oh. No way! Did War get 100% brat? Shut up. Also, I will take this moment to remind you guys that in our pinned comment in and if you're on PC, it's up here. If you're on mobile, it's down here. That it was our modulator's Rootsy's birthday on June 2nd, June 3rd, last week. And I think you guys should go and say happy birthday to her and sign her birthday card. She did already open it on her stream on Saturday, but you guys should sign it just in case you guys didn't get a chance to.
Lizard.
Why you always lying, lying? Why you always lying? 41% Bratty? That's better. Magical check. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. 7% Bratty? Yeah, I know that's a lie. I feel like we need to change this. I feel like we need to change the brat to nothing like under 50% because you guys are all brats. Joopy. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Bango. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead Yuji. Yeah, where's Pee-Pee? Yeah, you little hacker. You little hacker. Kiss my forehead or else. Whoa. Okay, pretend like I know how to hit skill checks, guys, alright? Yikes. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, wait, I don't have my DBD creator. How will people know my DBD creator? Guys, happy Pride. Oi. Oh, you leave me my bratty side alone. Are you British by chance? Because that's exactly how I read that.
Lizard.
Mod. Tom would ban you. Lizard. What are you guys doing right now? Happy Pride, Kisha! Sweetie! Mwah, I've been drinking. Guys, tell Sweetie how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Not one bit. Oh, okay. Well, I still read it like that. Oi! Puppy Zero, as far as I'm concerned, in my head, you're British. So anytime you say something in chat, no, not one bit, LMAO. That's how I'm reading your message. Guys, no one tell any of my British friends, alright? Don't tell Ben. Don't tell Connor. Don't tell any of my British friends that I'm saying that. Keishu! Don't say anything! No, clear. Okay, that's Australian. Twitch is queer, hating on me. They won't cut my streaks. What do you mean? Don't do that to me. Keishu! Keishu! Don't say anything! I go to Connor's stream and I see you saying that I'm making fun of British people. I'm not making fun of British people. I think their accents are great. You're back at 0? Okay, so they're being homophobic. You just got me. So, Keishu's a mod for Sparky. AKA Connor. He's very British, by the way. Like, aggressively British. Like, you look up aggressively British in the dictionary and it's just Connor / Sparky. Be gay. Do crimes. Wait. Yeah. So, you're not- Oi! Oh. Good luck, Bongo. Yeah, anytime Puppy Zero says it. Oh, right, my love. I'm gonna go to work for a bit. I'm gonna be listening, but have a good rest of the stream. Mwah! Goodbye, Puppy. Goodbye, British Puppy. Everyone say goodnight, Puppy. He's so British, isn't he, Nyquist? I've been drinking. I've had like 8 shots tonight, alright? No one could be mean to me. Alright? Oh, just lizard without the exclamation point, sweetie. Sweetie. And sorry, so not only do I do accents
Lizard.
when I've been drinking, I'm autistic and accents make me happy. I love you. You're amazing. Love the accent. No, Puppy, it's your accent, you British bastard. I'm sorry. I'm done. But Puppy, seriously, have the best rest of your evening. What's my favorite color? It changes, but at the moment, knee-jerk reaction is just this blue. 5 rookie numbers. Bastard! Oh no! Wait, where did she? A bunch of fizzle wits and guffins and mash with the old boiled ears on it. What? What? Everyone say goodnight, Puppy! Everyone say goodnight to Puppy or your band. 4 shots, that's it? Rookie numbers. Rookie number. I'm like 7 or 8 shots. I'm 6 or 7 shots in. Guys. Oh, good night, Puppy! I'm sorry. This is what happens when Pixel takes off for the weekend. You never know what you're gonna get.
Lizard.
I forgot that I'm in a video game. Like, I'm literally just doing Generator Simulator 2026. Oh, that's my bed kit from earlier! Don't you dare cringe me. It's actually just type 6-7, but without any spaces. And I'll do the cringe. Yikes. So now that I'm a mod for Rootsy's stream, I've been wanting to make a cringe emote for her stream if she doesn't have one already. Oh, Loki. Or, yeah, Loki. Words are hard. Loki. I just saw your message. Look at the stars. I can't wait for burgers tonight after stream, guys. I can't wait for burgers. So there's so many people on Hook right now. I'm doing the gens. I don't care. Okay, good. Burgers. I cannot wait for burgers. Borg. Burgers. I cooked them. They were like frozen patties that were like pre-pattied, but they were frozen. And so I cooked them last night, but I realized I didn't have any burger buns, so I ordered burger buns on my grocery delivery service. And oh shit, nibbles. And so now I have burger buns. Oh, God. You guys are running the wrong way! Oh, good girl. Good girl. Tonks is meowing and nuzzling at me. Have a good night, Kishu. Everyone say good night, Kishu. I hope you have the best night ever. But seriously, Kishu, thank you so much for hanging out. I adore you. I cherish you. Milkman! Milkman! Na 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 na. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Everyone say good night, Kishu. Thank you so much for hanging out. From the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. She gets pet exactly how she wants to be pet. Oh, cats. Oh, cats. Oh my god. Oh. She gets to leave, and I have Soul Guard. I do have Soul Guard. So if they get me up, I'm good. Please get me up. Either way, I'm gonna get, either I get moried or someone gets me up. I do have Soul Guard. Gamers, let me Soul Guard. Oh, Kishu, yeah! Pick me up inside. Pick me up inside. I don't think this door is up. Oh, it is. Okay, we're good. Pick me up inside. Danny! Danny, thank you for the rain. Oh, hello. Thank you, lovely. I love Soul Guard. Danny! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, man. How was your stream? What were you up to, Danny? Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Guys, we've escaped more tonight than I've done, like I've escaped ever in my entire life. I'm not gonna lie. Escape streak? Is that what I'm hearing? Yo, GG's. No way. No way. GG's. Holy. Vibunya sucker. Another Danny. Double Danny's! Also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Hi, Danny! Danny, what were you up to? Welcome in. Hi, guys. My name is PixelxKitten. I'm a variety streamer who is doing some DBD today. I've had a couple shots tonight. I've had 6 or 7 shots tonight. Oh, Sable! Period. As you should. I've been doing V Bunyasak because look at this outfit. Like, tell me this isn't the cutest, like, outfit ever with the little, like, ears. I gotta find out how to do these ears because they're so cute. It's so cute, right? I'm obsessed. And she's got, like, a little lizard, charm on her butt.
Lizard.
It's so cute. Exactly. Exactly.
Lizard.
But I hope you had the best stream ever.
Lizard.
Please go get your first stream self-care, get your first stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nappies, and babies. Go eat, go be, go boo, go drink. Thank you so much for the rain. Oh yeah, because I saw it was like someone made this like AI poster of like, all sables suck. Everyone kill every sable that you see and BM them and tunnel them out and ugh. And so I saw that there's like this beautiful like anti-Sable movement where people were playing Sable and people who were playing Killer were purposely like letting Sables go and memeing with them because that's so stupid. Like the Sable hate is so forced. It really is. Yeah, it's so dumb. I don't know. Like people who hate Sables, like I don't know.
Lizard.
Like when there's Leon players, you know. Okay, for the record, I don't hate on Leon players. I'm just making a joke. I'm so sorry. Jasper! What? Like, why hate on Sable players when there's Leon players? I'm joking. Panda. Dog or cat? I already grabbed the cat treat, so because I know you're gonna say. Your Poppy mains Leon? I love Meg. He's had so many treats tonight. He's actually had 4. I know, Raven. He's had 4 of the 5 treats tonight. Fun fact. Oh, Leon's phone's just like... You're one of the exceptions, Leon's phones. Thank you for the tweets for Jasper, by the way. I like Meg. I'm a big Meg enjoyer. I'm a big anybody enjoyer. Like, I don't know. Besides, the only person that you can play that makes me, like, want to, like, scream is Ash. Yeah, Leah's one's like, her joke shit. Welcome home, Dragon! I hope you had a good day today. Guys, I don't think I've brought an offering the entire time tonight. Oh, God. One day, show Mamba to bring one. Oh, Leon's Bones, I got you. I will literally be eating a burger tonight after stream. Oh, Panda Monster, no. I still have him 20,000 points away from being P100. Me, Daddy? I'm gonna Daddy have the best. It's Daddy have the best night ever. Thank you, seriously. From the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you so much for the raid. It's Daddy. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nammies, and babies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Please take care of yourself. And, another spring trap. What the fudge is going on tonight? What is happening? Like, I'm not complaining, but, like, what is happening? This is our 4th or 5th trickster. This is our 4th or 5th trickster. Guys, any med checks? Any med enjoyers? Ooh, Tori, this isn't looking good for you. Pain residents? Does it really? Shut up. No way. Are you gonna get it, Shadow? 63% bratty? That's not so bad. That's not bad. It's pretty respectable. I knew you were gonna come out of that one. I knew it. 60% 5, also not bad. It's a solid F. Oh, it's a D. That's a D. It's a D. Oh, you wouldn't. 85% Brandy. Yeah, that'll do it. 4.2. Whatever you want it to be. Guys, I'm losing steam. I can't stop thinking about these burgers that I'm not gonna be able to eat until after I walk my dogs. I have to pee again because I've been drinking 6 or 7 shots. These butts! That would have been funny. Oh my god, Tori, you scared the French toast sticks out of me. Holy shite nipples. Oh! Oh, good, yes, good song. Why are we leaving? Oh, that's why. Okay. What did I do? Oh, I love Overcome. Overcome this bitch. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought he was gonna get the Vittorio. Who just did my gen? Who took the credit for my gen? That was my gen, Vittorio. A tarot pole? Don't let me forget. Wait, cookie dough for Dead by Daylight? What are you playing? Or what are you updating? Yeah, Monster, I appreciate you. So you're a real one. Oh, there he is. I can tease them. Yeah, you little naughty Nowie. Just chill on it, gamer. Holy crap. Holy! Do you guys mind if I go pee before I do the tarot pull? I really have to pee. Whoa! Nick! Nick, you're such a juicy little juicer. Oh. Got you good. Girl, bye. Oh, shit. Oh, shit! Sorry, I wasn't looking. Shaq is a pallet. Shaq is a filler. Shaq is a pallet. Oh god! Wait! Shaq is a pallet. Shaq is a filler is what I was gonna say. I have to pee so badly. Go Pith Girl. So badly. Go Piss Girl. A small live? I'll catch that. I don't think I have one of those. I was gonna say, where's War? Oh, you're gonna buy some balls, Destiny! Buy balls. Hi, Vittorio. You gonna come and rub me bum? Rub me bum. Thank you. Oh, the Tizzy Dream My Valley, right? I've got big balls. You've got big balls. He's got big balls. I've got the biggest balls of them all. I love AC/DC. We've all got big balls. Got his ass, guys. Got his ass. Got his ass. Now everyone knows where you are. Now all of China knows you're here. Shout out to Mulan. Love that movie. Oh, the big balls ones? He's just standing there. Menacingly! I would not be surprised. I remember when I was like, oh guys, what skin is it gonna be? And a glitch trap comes out of the— That's gonna be on TikTok, by the way, just so you guys know. I hope you guys know that right after Twisted rated us earlier, that's gonna be on TikTok. No way! Yeah, did I ruin it for you? Did I bring back that obsession? Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Did they ask me daughters when I asked for sons? You're the saddest bunch I've ever met, but you can bet before we're through. How can I make a man out of you? I'm never gonna catch my breath. Say goodbye to those who knew me. Boy, was I a fool in school for cutting gym. These guys got him scared to death. Hope it doesn't see right through me. Boy, I really wish that I knew how to swim. Be a man. You must be swift as a coursing river. Be a man. You must be swift as a coursing river. You must be swift as a raging fire. As mysterious as the dark side of the moon. Time is racing towards us till the Huns arrive. Once you find your center, you will— oh fuck, I don't know that one actually. Nah, I don't know it. Damn it! Damn it! I should have ended that. Damn it! Bravo baby, take it over! Yes, Kodiak, as you should. Period. Damn it! I don't remember the rest of the words. Woo! It's been a long time since I've watched these movies. Girl, how big is your schlong? Holy fuck nipples! Fancy! Everyone tell Fancy how hot and tell him down to the handsome he is. Say hi, Fancy! Yo, what's up, Fancy? Oh, who put that there? That's weird. Oh man, I'm dead. Be a man, you must be swept as a coursing river. I'm really glad we got to share that moment together, guys. Dishonor! Dishonor on your whole family! I know! Dishonor on you! Dishonor on your cow! I want you to know. I was on an entire map chase. Uh-huh. Decided on me, decided on your cow. GG's. I have to go pee, and then we'll do the tarot poll. It's been so good, Fancy. I've probably escaped the most today that I have, like, in my entire life, ever.
Lizard.
And sing it with me! Sorry, I missed that message. Joopy, that makes me so happy. Like, that makes me so obnoxiously happy. Fancy! How have you been? Have good piss? Thank you, because I really have to pee. And an ad's about to start anyway, so that makes perfect timing. Alright, last pee of the stream. Heed my every order, and you might survive. You're unsuited for the rage of war. So pack up, go home, you're through. How could I make a man out of you? There we go. See, this is why you're my favorite. Cookie dough, thank you so much. I'm sorry. I've been drinking. Candy, thank you for the 4 months.
Lizard.
Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes to add free view and add your sub badge. I am so sorry, gamers. I have to go pee so badly. I blame chat for making me drink about 6-7 shots tonight. I'm gonna go pee. Everyone tell Candy how hot and tall how handsome she is. Yeah, he's on me. Be right back.
You're dead, though.
You're dead. You guys are assuming I'm gonna get caught.
You right? You right?
Sure. just has me or J-Bug coming. Both of them! We might have to run. Oh! Let's go! I take the hit. W. But she might. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna run right to the boon. Methinks. Okay, she hits the gen. I do have Rosil. Ah, no, we gotta go. Alright, he's checking there. Oh, there she is. Oh, J-Bug with the big body blocks. There we go. Medium vault, that's fine. I don't need it. Nice. Yo, J-Bug with the big body blocks. Yo, let's go. Whew. Oh, sorry. Whew. Let's go. Honestly, this boon is so great. Your boon is so good. Oh God, Circle Pin is just so good.
Thank you. Too bad they're banned during the tourney.
Yeah, it's just like that aura reading, or just like knowing that someone's there is so good. Oh. That's alright. So all I can think about is how earlier Mooncourts and Loki were like, oh yeah, I always fall asleep to Pixel streams. Yeah?
Lizard.
How's that working out for you guys? You guys still sleeping soundly?
Lizard.
No more lizards? Huh? Do you like my Crocs? Snakes there. They're Pokemon Crocs!
Lizard.
I got him from Target.
Lizard.
I just spit everywhere, but you guys like that. So anyways,
Lizard.
I spit everywhere though. Alright, let's do this tarot pull.
Lizard.
Oh my god. Alright, let's do this tarot pull.
Lizard.
I'm ready!
Lizard.
Jasper, would you like to pick it?
Lizard.
Pick it.
Lizard.
Pick it. Pick. Is it this one? Okay. Maybe it's this one. The Ace of Pentacles. A cycle is about to begin anew. Since the Pentacles suit deals in all things material, this reset could present itself as a new career, better health, or something similar. Whatever is coming will bring abundance. I know there are 2 people in this community that just got new jobs. So this could be for them. Manifestation, abundance, prosperity, and a new venture. Another period! Square. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I'm gonna tax ass! Well, plenty of abundance and prosperity for you, GP. GP, when do you move? Where are you now, if you don't mind me asking? Oh my god. Scary. Mid-July? So like in the hottest time of the year? Wow, good for you. South Carolina. Oh, okay. So it's pretty lateral as far as like hot as fuck to hot as fuck. Okay, cool. Texas! But we're gonna be in the same time zone. Because that's Central Time. Oh, parking garage. Okay, that's not, yeah, actually. Yeah, I'm Central. Sorry, choked on Air, I guess. I don't know. Alright, should we just do one more game? What do you guys think? We've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Yikes! I would have thought it was EST. Nah, Illinois is Central. Yeah. Indiana and Ohio are Eastern time, though. Square! Thank you for the 3 streak. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, keep going, Bongo. No, keep going. Square up? Oh, I'm squared up. Oh my god, guys, we have another Don't meow at me like I knocked over my shit. Guys, my Butterfree puzzle.
Lizard.
My Lord of the Rings magazine that I got from Nightshade Jade. Anybody want a cat? He loves Malort, so don't hate him too hard. Alright, get this. One time. I like how Square just got here. We're like, square up. I'll take your cat. Okay, you can have him. Jasper, you want to go home to Texas? Where you want to go to Texas? Oh, good boy. Also, do you like how Boo just loves being under blankets? So cute. Oh, hi, Charlie! So cute. Oh, Canada, our home and native land. Let me steal that dog.
Lizard.
You're so cute, Charlie. Look at how cute he is. Hello. It is Boo's birthday next week. Whoa! I'm allowing this because I want to see you guys fight. I'm an enabler. What can I say? I just want to see what'll happen. Okay, gasp. Hook, line, and sinker for every little stinker. Wait! Did you time out Cookie Dough? Canada's fake is crazy. Gasps in Spanish. Onyx is dope. I'll catch an Onyx. They're in the deep wound state. Who is it? Who is the Kiwa? I don't think we get this gen done before pain resonance. Well, I'm gonna commit to it. Oh, good girl. Good girl. Oh, it's a legion. Okay. Hunk, hunk, hunk. That's not a hunk. Oh, and why do you not have a terror radius? Okay. I barely know English. Weird.
Lizard.
Oh my god. Alright. Oh shit! It didn't let me unhook. Okay, but I still got the unhook, so I'll take it. But I did. Oh, I was gonna say stop you from getting the mends, but never mind. Well, that did not work out at all. This can't be my LG, guys, right? English is a real language? God, I wish it wasn't. I've been learning Scottish Gaelic. And it's been going great. 3 raccoons in a trench coat. God, I wish. Let me mend you. Let me mend you. Let me mend you. Yes. 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 It was me, Dio. Oh, wow. Droopy was the only one that caught it, by the way. I did not get. I did not get my conviction for mending, which sucks. Damn, that sucks. I have the power! Shout out to He-Man that comes out the theaters. God War's here. War is her. Should we do an over-under on whether or not War gets called War is her to the person that we raid tonight? Can we ban Jupy? No, we cannot. It is against my religion. Cookie dough! War just hates Canada for some reason. He's such a hater. Rude. I'm scared. I'm too scared. I don't know, I'm scared. I feel like I should heal. Ah, shit! Ah! That's alright. War is here. See, like, that makes sense because it says war is here, right? Like, you're spelling it out for us. You know what I'm saying? Profex music. Okay, they're trading. Beautiful. B-E-A, beautiful. Alright, I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna go back and do this, Jen. Ah! Oh, hello, lovely.
Hello.
Oh! Hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Koala! Koality. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Good morning. Good morning, Koality. Oh, alright. Alright. Meow. Yeah, you're nothing without your killer instinct, are ya? Wah, bah, 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 bah. Wah, bah, 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 bah. There's nothing wrong with Canada. War is just a troll. He doesn't mean it. Fancy, don't you put your mouth where your mouth is, and you. Listen, it was ping. Is that copium? Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put mouth in my words. Don't put your mouth where your mouth is. Oh no! Do you have any like pain meds or anything, Quality? Did you go to the hospital? Or like emergency care? I don't know. I don't know what you got over there. Did you go to what's it called? Urgent care? Is that what it's called? I don't know, man. Holy. I hope you're okay. Golden Retriever though, so cute. This sign can't stop me. I don't know how to read. How much of the lovable troll brigade? Okay, who's in the lovable troll brigade? Because as far as I'm concerned, you're all trolls. I like poutine. I've never had poutine and I want it so bad. I would love some poutine in and or around my mouth right now. Alright. I shouldn't make that face on stream in front of the internet. My cat just brought a mouse. Oh, okay. Oh, God, Jesus. Derpy! Derpy! The LOML, love of my life, the dirt face. Derpy, hope you're doing so good, sweet summer child. Everyone tell Derpy how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. Thanks for my daily dose of dicks, by the way. Appreciate you. Is it still alive, Koala? Thanks for my daily dose of dicks. For 4 or 12 hours and maybe... Oh, okay. Hi, Derpy! Derpy, hope you're doing so good! I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. I'm chilling. Derpy. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm gonna heal her. I'm gonna heal her all the way. Because I have nothing better to do. Did you get your tattoo? Shut up. I want to see a picture of it. Show me everything. It's your anime tattoo, right? No, you're cool now. It's your first tattoo, isn't it? I'm so happy for you. Brisket, gravy, cheese, and jalapenos. Oh, and bacon? Holy shit, Destiny. I would take all of that except the jalapenos. Like, I'll pick out the jalapenos and I'll eat that. Holy shit. There's a daily dose of dicks, by the way. It's been nice without the dicks. Oh, you've been up on Twitter? Okay. I haven't been on Twitter this weekend because I had some really bad anxiety this weekend. So I was not on the internet because the internet was scary and made my anxiety even worse. Ugh. But I'll look. I'll find it. Oh, that's so awesome. I'm so happy for you. Or I can look on Twitter. Don't matter. Whichever's clever. Oh, I want to see it. I'm just so happy for you. Oh, whatever. I just set him though. Yikes. Oh, fuck me. I was gonna throw it and then didn't. That's alright. Get me out of this video game. Alright, we gotta do one more, right? I don't know. That might be it. This might be LG. I think the reason why this game went so poorly is because I say LG, and as soon as I say Sick flip! As soon as I say LG, all of my skill, or lack thereof, just dissipates. Dweeb! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Run it back is crazy. Another terrible? Jesus, fuck! You guys said I haven't been hurt enough today. GG's! Oh, I did not mean to have that in all caps. I don't care that much about it, shit. How does a hamburger introduce his girlfriend? Hi, meat patty. Shut up. Hi, Dweeb! Dweeb, I hope you're doing very well. Happy Monday/Tuesday. Alright. You guys said I haven't been hurt enough today. Another one! Another one. DJ Khaled. Another one. Also, hi, Donkey Dean. The tarot makes you feel something, and I am dead inside. So, right? It makes sense. You said shut up. No, don't shut up. It's okay. Justice! Your decisions will have lasting effects. If you've endured wrongdoing, relief is incoming. If you've caused pain, take this as a warning. You are learning the truth about yourself or others for an important decision. Balance, fairness, cause and effect, responsibility, clarity. Yeah. So I'm so sad I had to cancel stream yesterday, Derpy, because I wanted to stream on 6/7. Y'all, that was a bit touching. Listen. If the cards hurt you, that's your fault. If they help you, you're welcome. Yeah, I know. I had to cancel stream on Saturday and Sunday. It was so sad. Alright, I'm gonna put my blood points in a ghost face. Oh, so end at 2 minutes and 59 seconds. All right, cool. I'm joking. All right, we got Prestige 22 Ghostface. Yuck. Test. Okay, I can do it right now. I can do it right now. Holy shit. So I don't remember who these people are. But it's Demon Slayer, right? Holy shit. This is on the back of your leg? Holy, is it, I don't know, what is his name? What, the late night stream? What do you mean? Hi, Ijin. Zoro from One Piece and Inosuke from Demon Slayer. Okay, so Zoro from One Piece, who I totally know, their weapons / katanas are so fucking sick. Holy shit. How was the pain level on that? I've never gotten a tattoo on my legs before. Welcome back, Koala D! Inosuke. Inosuke! I knew that. Because I totally have heard you say that. Okay, Inosuke. Oh, hey, Nyquist, I just saw your message from an hour ago. Yikes! Yikes, yikes, yikes! My bad. Oh, hey. Sorry, just thought. Are you feeling better? My anxiety is much better, yeah. Shut up, Lucy.
War.
Guys,
You're such a good little mod.
guys, go sign Rootsy's birthday card. If you guys didn't already. Go sign her birthday card. Magically. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy.
Ha! You're a bitch!
Nyquist and War are the only ones that have commands like that. Because they're the only ones that have like crazy things that I've said to them before. I don't want to talk about it. So anyways, thanks for the best stream ever, guys. I miss you guys so much. I had such a fun stream today. Ooh woo, and I'm already gonna miss you guys. Pokemon incoming. All right, we won't raid out. We'll wait until the Pokemon comes. Fuck like strangers every night. Alright, I don't think I've never rated this person before. I've never waited this person before. Are you really, Derpy? Oh my god, do you guys want to see something that I own? Oh my god. It's really big, and my basement is such a mess right now. Let me see if I can bring it out. I don't know if I can, because it's really big, and I'm gonna knock over so much shit. As I bring this over. Oh my god. Okay. Ugh. Oh, I'm gonna knock over so much shit. Ugh. Ugh. Hello, welcome to my stream. So I got this in like 2015 or 2016. I was dressed in my Mad Moxie cosplay, full heels. I was at a convention all by myself. Full heels, full cosplay, and I had to borrow my dad's tiny ass Eclipse Oh no, yeah, Eclipse Spider, because no, just Spider, Mitsubishi Spider. I had the Eclipse. His was a Spider. We don't have those cars anymore. But I had to borrow my dad's car because my car didn't work, and I had to borrow my dad's Mitsubishi Spider. If you guys know what that car is, that's a tiny fucking car, and I had to put this big ass fucker, this huge ass car. I had to carry this in heels all the way to the convention, all the way to the car. I had to drive it home. I couldn't see out the back window because it was so big. Wait, the Mitsubishi Spider? It was pretty cute. Small ass car though. I had the Eclipse. That was my first car. I love that car. I love my Mitsubishi Eclipse. It was dope. But I've been wanting to put this in my stream background because I've had it since 2015 or 2016. And I just don't know what to do with it. Like, I don't know what to do with it. Like, what do I do with it? It was in my stream background in my first house. Yeah, Boop. The cats used to sleep on this because it was before I adopted any of the dogs. But yeah, I just he's just been in my laundry room for the past couple of years. I have slept on this myself. I have. But I just wanted to show that to you because I took it out of my laundry room and it takes up the entire dog cam, by the way. Oh my God. Okay, move you over. That's future Pixel's problem. It's super sweet. I have slept on it before. I really want to clean him though, because he's just. I look at the mod chat for 2 seconds. Oh my God, you guys are so young and virile, submissive, and breedable. War, did you get your Pokemon? We're gonna raid Micah. Micah's currently playing Final Fantasy 14 online. Nerd! I'm just joking, but I've never raided them before. And they're awesome. I met them through Rootsy and Stanley, and they're so sweet. Yeah! I know! I was after Rootsy raided Tom on Saturday. They were so sweet. I got to yap at them a little bit more. Like, actually, I mostly was just watching because I was like, I had anxiety and I feel like yapping much, so. But yeah, we're gonna raid my axe is crazy. We're gonna raid Micah! They, them, cool. Thank you so much for that heads up. Guys, thank you so much. What a crazy fudging stream. Thank you so much for all the subbies, the wubbies, the raids, the waves, the follows, the wallows, the lurkies, the turkeys, the titties, the babies! I hope you guys have the best night ever. You can use whatever raid commands you guys have, whatever raid emotes you guys have or want. And thank you for my daily dose of dickies! Don't forget to follow me socials. I will have a new YouTube video uploaded tomorrow. I know I've said that for the past 5 days, but I swear to God, I'm going to have a new YouTube video uploaded tomorrow. Thank you for my mods, for everything they do in stream and off stream. You guys are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. I love you! Thank you so much. I miss you guys already. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. I don't know what we're going to do on Wednesday, but I love you guys so much. Truly, what a fantastic day. I'm going to go cry now. I love you guys so much. Thank you guys. I love you guys. I hope you guys have the best day ever. Bye-bye! I'm going to have burger. Yes, sure.